Chapter 1236. Boom, boom, boom. In the distant mountain, there was a thunderous array. Then a figure bathed in blood dashed out of the mountain and laughed. Ha ha ha, I did it, I finally did it. It was a young man. He lost both his arms and legs, but the expression on his face was one of genuine happiness. Now, Ling Xiao finally understood why the Array Division had the least number of disciples and why so few people were willing to join. Young master, why don't we go back? The Array Division is also considered a forbidden area by the students of the Institute. Li Jichu bitterly chuckled. She was worried that a few disciples from the Array Division would suddenly jump out and kill her. It's okay. To fall into a trap because of a crazed Dao, it seems like the leader of the Array Division is a sentimental person. Ling Xiao warmly smiled and looked up at the peak of the mountain. Unlike the Confucian Institute, the mountain where the Array Division was located did not have neatly arranged golden palaces. Instead, it was filled with thick fog. It did look eerie. Currently, on the peak of the mountain, an elder was sitting in a lotus position inside a pavilion. He was studying a Go game and did not notice the arrival of the two. Ling Xiao smiled and took the lead, walking towards the peak of the mountain. Behind him, Li Jichu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she followed him. Even after the two of them reached the peak, Zhong Tu still did not look up at them. He only focused on the Go game. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. He stood next to the elder with his hands behind his back and continued to study the Go game. Even though Ling Xiao was not proficient in the art of Go, when he was in Shenzhou he exchanged for a Go game in the system. How could these Xian Huan natives compare to a Go game that has been gathering for 5,000 years? This Go game is similar to arrays. One move can change the universe. I wonder, Master Ling Xiao, have you studied this Dao? Zhong Tu held a Go piece in his hand and hesitated. Suddenly he looked up at Ling Xiao. Black and white colors swam in his eyes, revealing many mysteries. In front of Dean Zhong, this junior naturally can't be considered an expert. I only know a little. Ling Xiao's expression was calm, neither servile nor overbearing. Oh, a little, a good little. I wonder if little friend can see the flaw in this situation? Zhong Tu grunted coldly. His temper had always been crafty and strange, and it was precisely because of this that he'd taught a group of madmen in the Tao of formations. One had to say that this person's comprehension of formations was top-notch. Furthermore, a human expert once said that once Zhong Tu became a heavenly supreme, he would be invincible in this realm. Unorthodox Daos were difficult to comprehend in the first place. However, once one mastered them, there would be a world of their own. Throughout the history of the Qing Song continent, there was once a human ancestor who stood at the pinnacle of the Tao of arrays. He suppressed all races and was respectfully called the Array Emperor. It was said that this person could single-handedly take on the 3,000 monarchs, and 10,000 venerables were no match for him. Of course, the rumors may have been exaggerated. However, it was obvious that the pinnacle of ancient arrays was extremely glorious. In my opinion, this piece should be placed here. Ling Xiao smiled warmly. He picked up a piece with his fingers and placed it on the board. Instantly, Yin and Yang intersected on the chessboard. Tens of thousands of Daos flourished. The order of the great Dao surged. Faintly, one could see tens of thousands of armies fighting, immortals and gods fighting together. Even Li Jichu's face turned pale and her footsteps staggered. At this moment, she seemed to see that the chessboard before her was no longer a chessboard. The black and white colors divided Yin and Yang. The dragon moved in the ocean. The tiger leaped over the mountain. The phoenix flapped its wings and flew 90,000 miles into the clouds, unobstructed by the blue sky. The chessboard, which was originally like a pool of stagnant water, was instantly filled with boundless waves. Every piece seemed to have a life of its own, moving horizontally and vertically as it fought in the heavens and earth. Beside their ears, the great blue-yellow bell rang loudly. The entire array, courtyard fell into a dead silence. Next, silhouettes walked out from the depths of the mountain and looked at the peak of the mountain with shocked expressions. At this moment, Taoist rhymes overlapped and thunder rumbled incessantly. It was as if Ling Zhao's casual move had caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Zhong Tu frowned and looked surprised. He cultivated the Tao of arrays, but his chess skills were also unparalleled. He boasted that no one could surpass him on this path. However, at this moment, looking at the young man sitting quietly in front of him with a calm expression, he actually felt a kind of fear. It was a kind of fear towards the talent of the young man. The ancient Tao Heaven tablet could not withstand his might. The illusory wall image could not shake his form. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand could go against tens of thousands of enemies in the world. The 6 great demon heroes were not a match for his sword. However, he said that he knew a little about chess, but he could actually cause such a phenomenon to descend from the heavens. How could there be such a monstrous young man in this world? Ling people's 100,000 years of accumulation. Are they really going to prosper in this world? Senior. Ling Xiao smiled and his eyes shone brightly. He did not waver at all because of the heavenly scene before him. These old things have always liked to use chess to test one's talent. Little did they know that even though he did not know a lot about chess, he used all living beings as his chess pieces and the heavens and earth as his game. How could this little bamboo board stop him? What a little bit. Zhong Tu sighed and nodded. I can see that you are extremely talented and you are an immortal who cultivates arrays. How about this? Suddenly, Zhong Tu's expression turned serious. I will accept you as my disciple on behalf of my master. Once you have mastered the Tao of arrays, I will give you the position of the Dean of Arrays. How about that? What? Hearing this, Ling Zhao's expression did not change much. On the other hand, Li Zichu's beautiful eyes widened, giving the position of the dean to someone else. Uncle Master Zhong, is indeed you. This was the first time she heard of someone accepting a disciple on behalf of their master. But from this, it was obvious that this array master approved of Ling Xiao. Dean, you are exaggerating. My talent is nothing special. I was merely lucky to have a good chess piece. How can I take on such a heavy responsibility? Plus, a wisp of vicissitudes suddenly appeared in Ling Zhao's eyes. His expression was inexplicably heavy. The demons have yet to be eliminated. How would Ling Xiao dare to covet stability? My Tao is in the mortal world, not in the sacred grounds. Even with Zhong Tu's mentality, he was still shocked by the light emitted from Ling Zhao's body. The Ren Huang of the age did not have an undeserved reputation. Oh well, why don't you and I play a game of chess? If I win, you will become the honorary dean of the array division. Oh! Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. The honorary dean of the array division can enjoy the resources of the array division. This old thing sure has a unique way of recruiting people. What if I win? If you win, I'll give you an ancient formation. Zhong Tu's expression was calm. Even though Ling Zhao's talent was terrifying and unparalleled since the beginning of time, he still did not believe that a young man could win against him in chess. I don't want the array. If I win, I will ask Ning Chuan to follow me down the mountain. We will kill the demons and bring peace to the world. Ling Zhao's words changed Zhong Tu's expression. After a moment of silence, he nodded softly. Okay, I will do as you say. Buzz. Then, he waved his hand and cleared the chessboard before him. On his aged face, there was a trace of heaviness. It was obvious that in his eyes, Ling Xiao was a real opponent, regardless of age. Chapter 1237. Buzz. Under the ancient pavilion at the peak of the Array Mountain, 2 figures, one old and one young, sat opposite each other. They each played a chess piece and focused on the chessboard in front of them. As the 2 of them kept placing chess pieces, divine radiance shone on the chessboard. Strange phenomena arose. Divine swords and halberds opened and closed. Ancient bells and Liu emitted divine radiance at the same time. It encompassed an era and covered the sky. Endless Taoist rhymes covered the chessboard and turned the black and white chess pieces into illusions. The 7-colored light shone, and the entire chessboard seemed to have turned into a battlefield. Axes, knives, forks, swords, halberds, hooks, and thorns appeared out of nowhere. With Li Jichu's cultivation, she only felt that everything in front of her was illusory and real. Unknowingly, her Taoist heart trembled and her aura withered. She didn't dare to look at the chessboard anymore. Compared to Li Jichu, Zhong Tu was undoubtedly more shocked. He was at the peak of the sage realm and was famous for his array Dao. Although array Dao and chess Dao sounded unrelated, they all relied on the heart to enter the Dao and reverse the situation. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was a newly born young master of the ancient clan. No matter how talented he was, how could he cultivate his heart to such a level? Although the two of them didn't use any spiritual power, the exchange of Taoist techniques was more exhausting. Time passed slowly. Countless disciples of the academy had already gathered under the Array Mountain. Even some of the Saint Stage elders had a look of shock on their faces. In particular, Zhong Tu's gradually solemn expression and the sweat that seeped out of his forehead gave people an extremely unreal feeling. He was the master of the 4 courtyards. How could he be forced into such a predicament by a young man in the sage realm? Boom! When the auspicious clouds above the blue sky dissipated, a shocking aura descended. Thousands of Taoists were destroyed, and the treasure light was silent. Zhong Tu raised his chess piece and didn't place it down. At this moment, there seemed to be waves in his eyes. Even his arms were trembling, slightly. In his heart, a storm was raging. If he lost, no matter where he placed his chess piece, the situation was already over. No matter how much he hesitated, it was just a last-ditch struggle. Sigh. In the end, Zhong Tu sighed softly. His imposing aura abruptly dispersed, and even the phenomenon in space silently stopped and collapsed. The younger generation will surpass us in time. No matter how unwilling Zhong Tu was, he had no choice but to admit that Ling Zhao's temperament and strength had probably long surpassed the scope of the current generation. Of course, if he was just a teenager, his temperament would be terrifying. However, since he had the sacred name of the human emperor, he had to shoulder the mission and responsibility of advancing the human race. Impeccable. How laughable. Previously, I actually wanted to become sworn brothers with him. Looking at it now, just based on his temperament alone, this Ling Xiao is at least at the level of a master, father, senior. Thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and looked at the black figure standing on the mountain path in the distance. 7th rank exalted realm, 17,000 karmic luck, 10,000 formations and slaughter. It was a young man with a pair of strange eyes. They were pitch black and deep, without a trace of white in them. From afar, it looked like a pair of ghostly eyes, emotionless and without any ripples. A slightly pale face, delicate and elegant, tranquil and indifferent. His black hair was tied up in a bun, and it was slightly messy. He stood there silently, like the gentle wind blowing through the mountains. "Chuaner, come here." Zhong Tu waved his hand and called the young man over from the mountain. If it was said that he had never thought that one day he would give his proudest disciple to someone else in the form of gambling, then at this moment he was somewhat relieved. Ling Zhao's talent was already needless to say. Today he used chess to prove his heart and was unparalleled in the world. Although Ning Chuan was a genius in the Tao of Arrays, he was antisocial and his Tao heart was evil. Once he fell into the demonic path one day, it was very likely that he would become a great demon that wreaked havoc in the world. At that time, not only would Zhong Tu's reputation be gone, even the Daotian Academy would become a complete laughingstock. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was full of righteousness and strength of character. With Chuan Ai's personality, he might be able to break free from his obsession to kill if he followed him every day. More importantly, Ling Zhao's immortal appearance was unparalleled. Perhaps only he could gain Ning Chuan's approval. Master. Ning Chuan's voice was just like his appearance, clear and gentle, without a trace of hostility. From his appearance, it was very difficult to connect him with the lunatic that Li Jichu spoke of. This is Master Ling Xiao. Zhong Tu sighed, and a wisp of vicissitudes of life suddenly appeared on his face. You've already grasped the 72 ancient, ultimate arrays of my formation department. Master has nothing else to teach you. In the future, follow the young lord and enter the world to gain experience. Every dragon had to have some dragon guards behind them. Even if the sector lord dominated the world and was undefeatable, the one who controlled the Azure world was still the sector lord's palace, not him alone. The 7 palace lords were all world-shocking. It was because of their followers that the sector lord could control the Azure world for 100,000 years without anyone having any thoughts of betrayal. Ling Xiao had the demeanor of a Renhuang and the potential of an emperor. If Ning Chuan followed him into the chaotic world, it might be a way out. Enter the world. Ning Chuan frowned. For the first time, a trace of emotion appeared in his dark eyes. I have made a promise with the young master. From today onwards, you will follow him and leave the array department. Zhong Tu said lightly and turned to walk down the mountain. He knew that with Ning Chuan's temperament, there will be a battle to make him submit to someone. Even though he trusted this young disciple a lot, and even though Zhong Tu believed that he was the true number 1 of the 4 academies, he still had no chance of winning against Ling Xiao. Let's go. Watching the elder's silhouette leave, Ling Xiao's face was emotionless. He felt the desire to fight in Ning Chuan's eyes. A lunatic like him would not submit to anyone. The best way to make him submit was to fight. Master agreed to let me follow you, but that doesn't mean I will. As expected. At this moment, Ning Chuan only spoke indifferently. He had no intention of following Ling Xiao. Oh, you are wrong. I don't want you to follow me. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked coldly at the slender figure in black. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled up in a sinister smile. What I want is for you to submit to me. Don't even think about it. Black and white chi swirled in Ning Chuan's eyes. He took a step forward and tens of thousands of Daos appeared around him. As divine radiance surged, the ground of the ancient mountain beneath his feet actually directly crumbled apart, creating a 10,000-foot-long crack. Then, he extended his finger. Wherever his gaze landed, rays of strange black light howled and opened. They turned into tens of thousands of blossoms, each blossom's different. Countless chains of order opened and formed layers of Daos. Instantly, the void was sealed and the runes flickered, trapping Ling Xiao's silhouette. If you leave now, you may still have a chance. Ning Chuan stood in the middle of the blossoms. His eyes were cold and his lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. At this moment, he finally revealed the attitude of a lunatic who yearns to kill. Not good. It's the ancient array of the Slayer of Gods, Ning Chuan. Stop. Outside the ancient pavilion, Li Jichu's pretty face turned pale, and a wisp of heartfelt fear appeared in her eyes. Chapter 1238. Buzz. Buzzing sounds could be heard from all directions. Boundless killing intent formed clouds and covered the sky. As if they'd noticed the commotion here, the entire Daotian Academy suddenly fell into deathly silence. Countless disciples of the Academy walked out of the ancient hall and looked into the distance, and their eyes were filled with a wisp of dense terror. It's the aura of the ancient God-Slayer formation. That lunatic, what is he doing now? Ning Chuan's name was several times more famous than Dao Wuya's in the Daotian Academy. He killed mercilessly both good and evil. If it weren't for his indifferent nature and dislike of noise, the entire academy would have been turned upside down by him. Even so, many disciples were still wary of the Formation Academy. Even some elders who had just entered the sage realm wouldn't step in easily. It was rumored that Ning Chuan's pupils could see through yin and yang, break the universe, and form an array with a glance. In fact, even the 72 ancient, ultimate formations of the formation department were merged into his eyes. Wherever his gaze landed, tens of thousands of formations would appear at the same time. In fact, what was even more frightening was that this lunatic was trying to merge the 72 arrays into one and name it the Ancient God Slayer Formation. Such an action was no different from a lunatic. After all, even Zhong-Tu, who was famous in the Azure continent, couldn't easily merge two ancient arrays into one. But Ning Chuan did it. It was said that he had merged 9 arrays, and the Ancient God Slayer Formation was already evident. He was invincible under the Supremacy Realm. On the peak of the Formation Mountain, 2 figures faced each other from afar. However, there wasn't a trace of surprise on Ling Xiao's face. Even though the formation Tao before him was like an ocean that could destroy the world, his eyes were still cold and indifferent. If this Ning Chuan was only worthy of a karmic, luck-plundering talisman, as long as he dared to disobey, Ling Xiao had 10,000 ways to kill him on the spot. Extreme craziness meant extreme calmness. To outsiders, Ning Chuan was a murderous and irrational person. However, in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was the exact opposite. This young man was so rational that it was terrifying. However, his rationality was all used on the formation Tao and not the ways of the world. Such a person might seem unapproachable, but in truth he was much easier to control. As long as you were strong enough to completely crush him, and at the same time acknowledge his Tao heart and aspirations, he would feel a sense of belonging from the bottom of his heart. To put it simply, they were giving him a stage to slaughter to his heart's content. God-slaying, forbidden blood. Ning Chuan's voice was distant and unhurried, carrying a coldness that looked down on all living things. Wherever Ling Xiao's gaze passed by, tens of thousands of formation runes gathered together and formed a blood-red formation out of thin air. Then, it descended upon Ling Xiao's head. The void collapsed and life was obliterated. Boundless killing intent surged and overflowed from the formation, forming a sea of blood that was filled with an ancient, bloodthirsty aura. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the blood formation that covered the blue sky. His eyes were bright, and there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he didn't even see Ning Chuan setting up the array. He only felt that the array patterns in Ning Chuan's eyes were flowing, creating an array out of thin air. Such a method was indeed worthy of his providence. Moreover, given the nature of these children of destiny, the blood restriction formation in front of them was probably not his true trump card. Buzz! The blood formation fell and emptied 1,000 miles. The entire mountain let out an ear-piercing roar at this moment. If it wasn't for the formation, it would have been crushed by the killing aura. But just as Li Zichu's pretty face turned pale and her righteous aura turned into a dazzling sun, Ling Xiao suddenly raised 2 fingers and drew in the void. Boom! 3,000 sword intents gathered together like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky, shattering the blue sky. The tens of thousands of blood runes were instantly annihilated and disappeared under the sword aura, leaving only a few ripples in the air. Heaven and earth were silent. The entire array courtyard was silent. At this moment, all the disciples and elders were looking at the black-robed figure standing on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back in shock. At this moment, it was as if they were looking at an immortal. Although Ling Xiao had already displayed his terrifying sword Dao prowess when he fought the 5 heroes of the demon race. However, compared to the 5 demon race prodigies, Ning Chuan was undoubtedly more intimidating in the hearts of the disciples of the academy. He was an array madman who immersed himself in killing. Every single one of his arrays existed for the sake of killing. Even so, before Lord Ling Xiao, this first apprentice of the array courtyard did not seem to be intimidating at all. Above the void, Ning Chuan's brows were tightly locked together as he coldly stared at the sword intent that filled the air. Not only was there not a trace of shock in his eyes, but there was also a strong desire to fight. It really is. At this moment, there seemed to be a kind of unsatisfied expectation on his face. A pair of strange black eyes flashed with a light that made one's heart palpitate. I haven't been this excited in a long time. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, a bloody mist began to rise around Ning Chuan's body, and a heartfelt smile blossomed on his face. Surging blood energy rushed into the sky, covering the sky and evolving into endless divine patterns. Faintly, an ancient and boundless murderous intent was awakening and spreading from the blood runes. If you test me again, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Ling Zhao's eyes were clear as he stood on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back. There was not a trace of emotion on his face. If this was in the past, he would have killed Ning Chuan a long time ago. But right now, if he wanted to take this array Dao prodigy in his hands, he would have to shatter his Dao heart and teach him what it meant to be subdued. Ha! Ha ha! God-slaying. Level 9 Blood Pinnacle. Ning Chuan's smile was eerie and his eyes were fierce. Countless cracks suddenly appeared in the sky. From afar, it looked like the heavens had collapsed and shattered into 9 layers of waves. Thousands of array runes rushed up like living creatures, turning into waves that covered all directions. A blood array that occupied the universe, including the stars and the sun, slowly descended from the sky. Right now, there was wind, thunder, and a sea of fire inside the array. Every strand of energy contained indescribable destruction. Pucci, even with Ning Chuan's strength, forming this killing array seemed to have consumed all of his spiritual energy. His face paled, and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. However, right now, there was still no trace of dejection on his face. Instead, he stared at the blood array that covered the sky, his eyes full of tenderness. The killing begins. Above the void, Ning Chuan closed his eyes slowly and raised both hands, as if he wanted to embrace the array. As his voice faded, hundreds of millions of divine runes suddenly lit up in the blood formation. With a momentum that could cover the sky, it rumbled and enveloped Ling Zhao. Buzz! The sky cracked, and the terrifying heavenly might covered the world, annihilating everything. Li Zichu's pretty face was pale, and her eyes were filled with defeat. However, just as she lifted her leg and was about to dash toward Ling Zhao, a palm suddenly landed on her shoulder and pinned her to the ground. Senior sister, if you go over now, you'll be courting death. Lu Ming frowned, and his eyes trembled as he looked at the blood sea divine Sunday. Even with his temperament, he felt endless fear at this moment. Not to mention Li Zichu, even if it was him. He would definitely die if he was enveloped by this array. Ling Zhao, you're too arrogant this time around. You're facing an array Dao monster, and you're giving him time to attack? Chapter 1239. No. If anything happens to young master in my academy, Li Zichu clenched her teeth and struggled to free herself from Lu Ming's grasp. She wanted to head to the peak of the mountain. He's right. You'd better not go over. There was a sudden ripple in the void. Zhong Tu's figure appeared in the sky and stopped Li Zichu in her tracks. Uncle Master Zhong! Hurry up and save young master! Li Zichu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Even her voice was mixed with a trace of anger. She knew it. This array faculty was a bunch of lunatics. Young master should not have come here. Was Ning Chuan's brain really damaged? He actually had such murderous intent towards a stranger. Once Ling Zhao died here today, not to mention the array faculty, even the entire Daotian Academy might be destroyed. Let's wait a little longer. Zhong Tu shook his head slightly. He had hesitated when Ning Chuan used his own blood power to activate the god-slaying ancient array. However, when he saw the calm look on Ling Zhao's face, he had some expectations. He wanted to see if this legendary invincible contemporary was really invincible in this world. He naturally knew Ning Chuan's character very well. If Ling Xiao could not crush him head-on, he would not follow him to fight for the world. This battle was inevitable. Wait. Uncle Master Zhong, what if young master… Oh! Zhong too frowned slightly and glanced coldly at Li Zichu. Instantly her body trembled. She could only feel an endless force descending from the sky. Her face turned pale immediately. Buzz! At the same time, on the peak of the mountain, there was a sea of blood surging, covering thousands of miles of the sky. As for that peerless figure in black, he was already shrouded in the sea of blood. There was no trace of him anymore. Boom! Boom! In the blood array, a strange phenomenon rose. Endless blood turned into demons and monsters, hissing continuously. Ning Chuan pursed his lips and smiled. He suddenly formed a seal with both hands. The trace of blood at the corner of his mouth looked even more sinister and evil. Buzz! The blood radiance that filled the sky suddenly gathered together. The great formation that had originally enveloped the heavens was actually compressed to the size of several dozen feet in the instant that Ning Chuan's palm landed. However, the surging murderous aura within suddenly rose at this moment. No. Young master, Li Zichu looked aghast. Even though she was extremely far away from the blood formation, just the wisp of opportunity that was emitted from it was enough to make her heart tremble. It was impossible for anyone below the Exalt realm to resist such terrifying might. Boom! Before Li Zichu could utter a cry of despair, the blood formation suddenly stirred up a huge spiritual wave. It was as if 100,000 meteors were falling at the same time, directly blasting the entire formation mountain into nothingness. Zhong Tu's eyes narrowed slightly. His figure soared into the sky, and the spirit radiance around his body bloomed. He threw out a formation bead in his hand, and it turned into an ancient formation of golden light out of thin air, blocking the scattered formation power. However, even with his strength at the 9th grade saint stage, his body still trembled at this moment. It was obvious that he had suffered quite a bit of backlash from the surging blood-red light. Not good! At this moment, a trace of panic finally appeared on Zhong Tu's face. It seemed like he had gone too far. This was the first time Ning Chuan had used the 9 heavenly blood formations. Even though Zhong Tu knew that the combination of the 9 paths ancient killing formations would naturally have an earth-shattering power. However, he seemed to have underestimated the terror of this formation. With his cultivation level, just the remnant power of the formation alone had almost shattered his physical body. One could only imagine what kind of terrifying power Ling Xiao, who was in the formation, had endured. It's over. Originally, Zhong Tu thought that even if his little disciple's talent was unparalleled and his formation skills were unparalleled, it would still take time to form the formation. With Lord Ling Xiao's temperament and means, how could he give him a chance to make a move? But he never thought that his young master would be so careless. From the beginning to the end, he did not move at all. He just stood there in a daze and was destroyed by the 9 paths ancient killing formations. Cough, cough. Above the void, Ning Chuan looked coldly at the disappearing ancient mountain below him. He coughed up blood, but his eyes were filled with extreme madness. To be honest, he did not care who the young master of the Ling people was. However, he had seen the scene when Ling Xiao and his master were playing chess just now. His immortal appearance was unparalleled. Indeed, he had the potential to be a talent of the current generation. However, so what? In front of his killing formation, all living things could only be slaughtered. Ning Chuan took a deep breath. His figure descended from the sky and headed deep into the mountains. It was time to try to integrate the 10th killing formation into the slain god. This is your means? The top disciple of the array formation faculty? However, just as Ning Chuan took a step forward, he suddenly heard a faint laughter behind him. Immediately after, a figure walked out of the smoke and dust, surrounded by sword intent, opening up heaven and earth. At this moment, There was a gentle and calm smile on his face. Even the black clothes on his body were not stained by a trace of dust. "Young master." At the foot of the mountain, Li Jichu's eyes trembled. Her hands were unconsciously clenched together. Her heart, which was originally hanging in the air, finally relaxed completely. Even Lu Ming and Zhong too had a look of horror and shock on their faces. How could it be possible? How did this Ling Xiao avoid the power of the slaying god Array? Ning Chuan stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at the place where the smoke and dust had dissipated. His eyes were cold. "How did you do it? If this is your trump card, then you can go and die now." Ling Xiao shook his head slightly. Although his tone was gentle, the murderous intent in his words was not concealed. "Humph! Arrogant!" Ning Chuan snorted coldly. Black and white colors swirled in his eyes again. However, this time, Ling Xiao did not give him any chance. At this moment, there was a sudden flash of brilliance in the void above. Ning Chuan only felt that the space within a radius of 100 miles had stagnated and time had ceased to exist. Before he could react, that peerless figure in black had already appeared in front of him. Surrender or die. Ling Xiao stretched out his palm and grabbed Ning Chuan's neck directly. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile that made one shudder with fear. "You want me to surrender?" Ning Chuan gritted his teeth fiercely. His eyes were full of coldness. However, before he finished his words, Ling Xiao shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, "I can give you countless opportunities and give you the right to kill. Think about it carefully. In a place where no one understands and you have never experienced real killing, how can you create a real slaying god Array? Beat. The chosen one's Dao heart trembles. Congratulations to the host for plundering 2,000 luck points and 20,000 villain points." Hearing the notification sound, a sinister look flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. He directly threw the dazed youth aside and turned to walk down the mountain. Chapter 1240. Plot. On the Array Mountain, Ning Chuan was at a loss. His originally pale face had long turned gloomy. He turned his head to look at the distant figure. His lips trembled slightly, but he did not know what to say. A real massacre? That's right. His eyes were naturally different. They could be divided into yin and yang, containing heaven and earth. He only needed a glance to deduce the trajectory of any array formation and find its flaws. However, his way of thinking was indeed not tolerated by the world. Even his master often complained that he killed too much and did not allow him to leave the mountain on his own. If cultivation was not for killing, then why would the path of immortality be filled with bones? He would kill until no one in the world was his match. He would kill gods with his mortal body and return true freedom to the world. Wasn't that right? Blood rippled in Ning Chuan's eyes. For the first time he wavered. The right to kill. Sensing the sudden bloodlust from the young man behind him, the smile on Ling Xiao's face deepened. He believed that a lunatic who truly yearned to kill would definitely not be able to resist his temptation. If he resisted, it would only prove that he was not crazy enough. Ning Chuan's array formation attack had indeed surprised Ling Xiao. In particular, the unparalleled murderous aura of the 9-layered killing array had even made him feel threatened. If not for the fact that Ling Xiao had entered the realm at the critical moment, even with his body that was comparable to a supreme's, he would have been in an extremely sorry state. If the 9-layered killing array could already be so powerful, it was hard to imagine how powerful it would be when Ning Chuan integrated all 72 ancient killing arrays. Of course, if Ning Chuan was still unwilling to follow him in the end, he would only end up in an extremely miserable state. At the very least, his eyes were very enchanting. "Young master." At the foot of the mountain, Li Jichu's pretty face was radiant as she strode towards Ling Xiao. Lu Ming, who was beside her, frowned slightly but did not show any obvious hostility. He also lifted his feet and followed her. "Young master." "How are you? Are you hurt? Li Jichu looked at Ling Xiao from head to toe with concern. On the other hand, Ling Xiao smiled as he shook his head. His tone was bitter as he said, Ning Chuan's strength is truly incomparably powerful. If not for the spiritual item that the ancestor gave me to protect myself, just that formation alone would have been enough to seriously injure me. Spiritual item for protection? Upon hearing that, Lu Ming and Zhong Tu, who was in the distance, had a flash of realization in their eyes. No wonder. No matter how monstrous this Ling Xiao is, how could he possibly resist Ning Chuan's ninefold slaughtering formation with his fleshly body? It turned out that he had borrowed the power of the Ling people's treasures. The two of them didn't doubt his words at all. After all, with the resources of the Ling people, even if Ling Xiao took out a supreme weapon, they would still be able to accept it. Jichu, this is... Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at Lu Ming, who was beside him. At this moment, the latter was smiling and bowing to him. Lord Ling Xiao, my name is Lu Ming. I'm a disciple of the Confucian Academy and senior sister Jichu's junior brother from the same lineage. So it's junior brother Lu. It's an honor to meet you. Ling Xiao smiled, but didn't take a second look at Lu Ming. He turned and said to Li Jichu, Jichu, aren't you going to bring me around? Let's go. It's getting dark and quieter. Ah. Oh, okay. Young master. Then I'll bring you to my Dao Tian Academy's wonder, the moon gazing platform. Li Jichu's eyes trembled slightly. There was a trace of heartfelt joy on her face. Jichu. This seemed to be the first time young master addressed her so intimately. It was just that she felt uneasy, as if happiness had suddenly befallen her. Senior, sister, today is the day we cultivate the Howren sword intent. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. In particular, Ling Zhao's undisguised flirtatious tone made him even angrier. Ling people's young master was loyal and righteous. Everyone knew about this. However, why did he suddenly feel that there was a hint of hypocrisy? Oh, that's right. Young master. Then I'll go back to the Confucian Academy first. I can ask master for 2 pots of his secret collection of morality brew. At that time, we'll admire the moon and drink wine. We won't go back until we're drunk. Li Jichu nodded slightly. She seemed to have suddenly thought of something and smiled gently. At the side, Lu Ming felt a pressure in his chest. His mouth opened slightly and blood flowed out by itself. Oh, junior brother Lu? What happened to you? Ling Xiao frowned slightly and looked at Lu Ming with concern. Junior brother Lu, do you have an unmentionable illness? Lu Ming gritted his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart. I accidentally bit my tongue. Oh, Ling Xiao cast a meaningful glance at Lu Ming. His expression was as if he was looking at a fool. Lu Ming only took a deep breath when Ling Xiao and Li Jichu walked far away. After bidding farewell to Zhong Tu, he chased after the 2 of them. Junior brother Lu, accompany young master to the full moon platform first. I'll be back soon. With that, Li Jichu took the lead and left in a flash. On the other hand, Lu Ming walked side by side with Ling Xiao toward the depths of the academy. Previously, I saw young master and praising the empress, ascending to the divine Tao together. They are really an immortal couple. Everyone is envious. Lu Ming's gaze was cold and his tone was extremely indifferent. He did not know why, but he felt that this young master of Ling people in front of him had a sinister and evil aura. Haha, is that so? Ling Xiao shook his head and glanced at Li Jichu's back view inadvertently. Of course, this scene did not escape Lu Ming's eyes. Young master, are you interested in my senior sister? Oh, junior brother Lu, what are you talking about? Jichu and I are just ordinary friends. It's just that we have similar interests. Therefore, we are closer. Junior brother Lu, don't talk nonsense. Ling Xiao looked surprised. However, the more he tried to hide it, the more Lu Ming felt that he was hypocritical. My senior sister is simple-minded and she is very loyal when it comes to relationships. I think her Dao partner should be someone with a gentle temperament and good character. Don't you think so, young master? Lu Ming stopped in his tracks and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. At this moment, the suspicion in his heart seemed to have been confirmed. This young master of Ling people might not be as righteous as what the world said. Under his bright and upright image, there was another hypocritical and sinister face. Of course, who wouldn't want a girl like Zhichu? She has many choices. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Lu Ming had already clenched his fists tightly. Obviously, he was on the verge of exploding. It was just that. After all, he was only a disciple of the Confucian Academy. His status and identity were worlds apart from Ling Xiao's. Even if he told the world Ling Xiao's true colors now, no one would believe him. After all, this was all based on his intuition. However, he had an inexplicable feeling that Ling Xiao was definitely not as gentle and kind as the world thought. No, I don't care about others, but senior sister must not be deceived by him. I won't allow anyone to hurt Zhichu. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly shone brightly. Although he had seen Ling Xiao's terrifying combat ability with his own eyes, he still did not have too many concerns. This was because he had a supreme treasure in his hands that could defeat all enemies in the world. Once this treasure was out, even if Ling Xiao had a defensive sacred weapon, it was not worth mentioning. Chapter 1241. Looking at the figure that gradually disappeared into the distance, Ling Xiao's expression gradually turned cold and ruthless until it became indifferent. That was right. He had deliberately revealed his expression and aura just now to give Lu Ming some hints. The son of destiny loved to fill in the blanks and think that he was clever. With the protection of the heavenly Tao, whatever they thought would eventually become reality. Since Lu Ming was interested in Li Zhichu and had already affected the latter's luck, it was obvious that there should be a relationship between the two of them. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao had spent so much effort to set up a trap and control Li Zhichu in advance. At the end of the day, Li Zhichu was just a chess piece. Ling Xiao's appearance had interrupted her relationship with Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming was somewhat indignant now. Therefore, according to Ling Xiao's guess, he would carry out a series of operations and eventually force himself into a situation where he was opposing Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was just a notorious playboy, Li Zhichu might have some reservations. But now, in the entire Qingtsong continent, everyone praised the young master. Therefore, this son of destiny's self-righteousness would seem to have other motives. Ling Xiao only needed to make some arrangements, and he would be completely consigned to eternal damnation. However, Lu Ming had seen the battle between him and Ning Chuan with his own eyes, yet he was still quite confident. It seemed that this leak was still very confident in his trump card. Interesting. Who should he use as bait? Wu Lei, Yuan Tianji, or Wu Hangzhou? Buzz. Confucian Institute, main hall. Li Zhichu stepped out looking embarrassed. She carried 2 wine jars in her hands and hurried out of the hall. She had asked her master for this morality brew just now. She had thought that her master would be heartbroken and stingy. After all, this wine was her master's favorite. Ordinary people would not be able to taste it. Even Uncle Master Zhong Tu, the master of the Array Formation Institute, would despise him every time he asked for it. However, she had only said that she would admire the moon and drink with her master. She did not expect her master to take it out hurriedly. Furthermore, looking at master's gaze just now, sob, 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 senior sister. Just as Li Zhichu's heart was filled with thousands of ripples and her eyes were filled with the light of spring, a low voice suddenly came from the front of the hall. Li Zhichu was stunned. She lifted her head and saw Lu Ming walking towards her with a gloomy expression, blocking her way. You better stay away from that young masterling. Lu Ming took a deep breath. Although he knew that senior sister admired the young master of the Ling people, he knew that the young master of the Ling people However, the relationship between him and his senior sister had been proven through countless life-and-death experiences. Therefore, Lu Ming believed that his senior sister would definitely believe him. Junior brother? What are you talking about? However, strangely, Lu Ming felt that Li Zichu's eyes were flashing coldly all of a sudden. Senior sister, that Ling Xiao is not as simple as he seems on the surface. He clearly has no feelings for you, but he's still. Lu Ming, do you know what you're talking about? Of course. I know that young master has no feelings for me. Can't you see? Young master only has one person in his heart, praising the Empress. He and I are just ordinary friends. To be honest, Li Zichu felt somewhat disappointed when she said these words. No matter how much she yearned for it, she had to admit that the gap between her and Gu Chaosiai was very obvious. The #1 beauty in Qingcang, the current generation's sequence, the great Empress, immortal phoenix. Be it in terms of looks, temperament, talent, or status, Gu Chaosiai was the most dazzling one. Even Xianyuan Weiyang, Yaoguang Bodhisattva, and the Golden Crow eldest princess who followed young master around were incomparable to Li Zichu, let alone her. However, she just wanted to get close to him. She could not help herself whenever she saw him. What can I do? Isn't love like this? It's blind, petty, and beyond redemption. No, senior sister, you don't understand what I mean. Perhaps that Ling Xiao is only taking advantage of your initiative to play with your feelings. Lu Ming gritted his teeth fiercely. Although his words were a little vulgar, that was the feeling that Ling Xiao gave him just now. Even if he pretended to be aloof and indifferent, his eyes could not lie. Lu Ming! Li Zichu's beautiful eyes widened. She looked at the young man in front of her in surprise. When did you become like this? You're simply unreasonable. With that, Li Zichu did not even look at Lu Ming. Spirit light bloomed around her, and she turned into a swan and left. How could she not feel what her little junior brother was thinking? If she had not gone through the ordeal in the mystic realm with Ling Xiao previously, perhaps she would not be against the feelings that had accumulated over time. However, after seeing how young master held the sword for her and killed thousands of enemies in a domineering manner, she simply could not let go of anyone in her heart. How could the usual stability be compared to a moment of hot-bloodedness? Even though Li Zichu knew that she might not be able to accompany young master in this lifetime, she just could not let go. Therefore, it was said that if something was too amazing and one could not get feelings for it, one would not be able to forget it and lose one's heart. Senior sister, Lu Ming turned his head in a daze and watched as Li Zichu's figure disappeared. For a moment, he did not know how to stop her. Senior sister, you're really possessed. This won't do. I must think of a way to expose Ling Xiao's hypocrisy and let senior sister see his true colors. At the thought of this, a sinister look flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. Just as he was about to raise his feet and chase after Li Zichu, he saw a familiar figure in black flash at the end of the square. It was sneakily heading in the direction of the Hanlin Academy. Oh, Ling Xiao! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, but there were some doubts in his heart. Didn't young master Ling people agree to go to the full moon platform to drink and admire the moon with senior sister? Why was he in such a hurry? There must be a trick. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly overflowed with divine brilliance, and the aura around his body inexplicably dissipated. Then he stepped forward and followed closely behind Ling Xiao, walking towards the Gulin on the side of the square. Have you prepared the things? At midnight, I will go to the St. Origin Hall of the Hanlin Academy with her. You go and put the elixir into the wine, as long as Li Zichu drinks it. Ha ha ha. Seeing that there was no one here, Ling Xiao suddenly took out a voice transmission talisman from his arms and said in a gloomy tone. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something and turned to look in Lu Ming's direction. There seemed to be a touch of doubt on his face. Forget it, just in case you go at midnight. It's better to avoid being seen by others. After doing this, Ling Xiao put away the talisman and hurriedly disappeared on the spot. It was not until his figure was far away that Lu Ming stepped out from the Gulin Shinaria. His face was already ashen. "Elixir," whined Midnight Young Girl. What was the result of searching for this group of keywords? "Ling Xiao, you are indeed a hypocritical villain." Inexplicably, Lu Ming only regretted that he didn't call a few more brothers over to witness this bastard's shameless behavior. However, fortunately, he now knew about Ling Xiao's plan, although he still didn't know who was secretly cooperating with him. But as long as he waited until midnight, in front of the St. Origin Hall, he would completely let the world know what kind of evil person this righteous young master was. Chapter 1242. In the ancient forest of Dao Mountain, there were layers upon layers of divine trees. At this moment, Ling Xiao was dressed in black, with his hands behind his back, hiding in the void. There seemed to be thousands of spirit patterns in his eyes, evolving into endless, auspicious signs. Given the level of his divine soul and the few treasures in his soul sea, even the 4 academy masters would find it difficult to detect his whereabouts, let alone Lu Ming. Of course, just in case, Ling Xiao still redeemed an 8th grade talisman from the system to conceal his aura. After all, the master of Dao Tian Academy was a true expert of Qing-Song. Ling Xiao could not afford to be careless. Now that the chess game had been set, he only needed to find a helper for himself and everything would fall into place. Only when Lu Ming's aura disappeared did Ling Xiao turn and head in the direction of Hanlin Academy. Previously, when he was chatting with Li Jichu, he had already found out from the first disciple of the Confucian Academy where the few monsters of Qing-Song were staying. The St. Origin Palace was originally the main palace prepared by the Dao Tian Academy for Ling Xiao. However, Li Jichu was creative. Knowing that Ling Xiao did not like noise, she deliberately left a small courtyard in the mountains for him. As such, the main palace was empty. Buzz. It was not until Ling Xiao's figure descended from the sky, concealing his aura all the way, and appeared in front of a magnificent ancient palace in Hanlin Academy that the immortal glow on his face dissipated, revealing his flawless, gentle, and peerless face. "Is Brother Wu in?" Ling Xiao gently knocked on the door with his hands behind his back. Soon, there was a rush of footsteps in the palace. Master Ling Xiao. The door of the palace opened wide. Wu Lei looked at the figure in black in front of him with a face of surprise and quickly bowed. "Young master, come in quickly." Ling Xiao smiled and walked into the palace, closing the door behind him. "May I know the reason for young master's sudden visit?" Although there was doubt on Wu Lei's face, it was more of a sincere reverence. Regardless of whether it was the 3-path trial or the battle with the demon clan, the talent and righteousness displayed by the young master of the Ling people were worthy of respect. Wu Lei was originally a lone cultivator without any background. If it wasn't for the fact that he had awakened his godly body, he probably wouldn't have been able to make a name for himself in Azure Sky. Now that the young master had come, it might be a heaven-defying opportunity for him. Humans only had a few opportunities in their life. Once they encountered one, they had to learn how to grasp it. "Master Ling Xiao, I can do it. I've sensed that the Dao Tian Academy is hiding traces of demons, so I'm going to gather everyone for secret discussion." Ling Xiao's eyes were cold. With his current reputation and status, no one would be on guard against him. After all, if Master Ling Xiao wanted to kill someone, no one in the Azure world would be able to escape. What? There's a devil. Wu Lei's face changed, and then he gently nodded. "I was wondering why the Dao Tian Academy didn't notice the strange appearance of those monster clan youths that day. Brother Wu, if you're interested, you can follow me to the secret space." Ling Xiao stood up and took a deep look at Wu Lei. The reason why he chose this leak to cooperate with his performance was not because he was ugly, but because this divine, faceless body sounded really good. At the very least, it was better than the heavenly combat body. Moreover, Wu Lei had some luck. If he had to kill one of them, of course, he would choose the one with the higher value. What? Why not kill both of them? I'm a righteous talent, the light of the human clan. How can I kill the innocent? One is enough. Secret space? Wu Lei's eyes narrowed, and he instantly understood the reason. Perhaps the young master had become suspicious of the many elders and disciples of the Daotian Academy, so he acted cautiously. As for the secret space mentioned by the young master, it was most likely created by his personal treasure. Okay, it's my duty to kill the devil for the common people. Wu Lei's heart surged at the thought of Ling Zhao's great reputation. But one day, if he could be like the young master, showing his divinity in front of people and being worshipped by the world, his death would be worth it. Okay, relax. Don't resist. Ling Zhao nodded indifferently. Suddenly, thousands of soul patterns appeared in his eyes. Wu Lei felt the scenery in front of him change, as if the stars were moving. Immediately after, a ray of light lit up between heaven and earth, and his figure appeared in an unworldly place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. There were mountains and rivers here, and spiritual fog covered the sky. Endless spiritual aura surged and turned into wind and clouds, nourishing all things. In just a single breath, Wu Lei actually felt a kind of comfort that came from his body and mind. Master Ling Zhao, as expected of you, this kind of treasure with its own space is probably close to a supreme artifact, isn't it? Young master, didn't you say that you invited all the geniuses to discuss killing the devil? Where are they? Wu Lei glanced around the realm. He still hadn't realized that this so-called demon was right in front of him. Of course, they have to be killed one by one. Otherwise, won't the devil be under a lot of pressure if all of you gather together? Ling Zhao shook his head and smiled, but Wu Lei's expression suddenly became sluggish. Why does the sentence sound so strange? Kill one by one? Does the young master mean that he's afraid of alerting the devil because there are too many people, so he purposely exposed a flaw and lured the devil to attack? Oh, young master, you're like this. Whenever there's danger, you're the first person to face it. I heard that your divine, formless body can derive all the techniques in this world. I wonder if you can derive my technique? Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly bloomed with soul light, and the devil intent turned into endless mysteries. The vast demonic aura was like 1,000 miles long cloud, covering the blue sky and obliterating all Daos. And in the cloud of demonic aura, an ancient devil figure stood at the top of the sky, looking down on all living things. In that pair of strange eyes, there seemed to be a blood-red moon rising and an era evolving. Time, space, time, God's watchtower, the universe, and the 9 heavens. At this moment, Wu Lei seemed to see the evolution of the 6 paths, the rebirth of chaos, and the indestructible ancient times. And before the shock on his face disappeared, it completely froze, especially the smile on the young man's face. It made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. What a treacherous devil! He actually transformed into Master Ling Zhao's appearance and deceived him to come here. Devil. Wu Lei gritted his teeth, and the killing intent in his eyes suddenly surged. Then he didn't dare to hesitate at all, and suddenly stretched out his 2 palms. Buzz! 7-colored divine light shone around him. The order intertwined, and the laws of Tao surged. It was as if a god's Dharma idol was standing between heaven and earth. A spirit seal gathered in each of his palms, and the universe reversed, and yin and yang were in chaos. Then they pressed down on Ling Zhao's head. Boom! Terrifying spiritual power set off a huge wave. An entire realm seemed to tremble for a moment. Countless Tao patterns intertwined into chains, and they spread out in the direction that Wu Lei's figure rushed out. But at this moment, Ling Zhao's face didn't have a trace of emotion. Then, in front of Wu Lei's trembling eyes, he punched out. Chapter 1243. Hum. Spiritual light surged in the void for thousands of miles. 2 divine seals fell from the sky like meteors, shattering the firmament. However, in the face of such a mighty attack, Ling Xiao only punched out. There was no spiritual power fluctuation around him at all. Seeing this, Wu Lei's eyes instantly flashed with a wisp of gloominess. Ling Xiao's physical body was indeed superior to his peers. However, the 2 divine seals that he had just displayed were the strongest attacks that his divine body could produce. Even a sage would pay a terrible price if he dared to be so careless. This was because once the spiritual power of the 2 seals merged, there would be an explosion of shocking power. In other words, the real terror of this attack was at the moment of collision. Boom! In the end, the 2 divine seals fell from the sky like hundreds of thousands of stars exploding at the same time, releasing a dazzling light. The void for thousands of miles shattered, the mountains and rivers no longer existed, and the ancient trees turned into ashes. However, just as Wu Lei stared at the place where the void exploded, he saw that there seemed to be a figure standing quietly and motionlessly in the midst of the divine light. It was a pitch-black, demonic figure that was taller than an ordinary person. Although he couldn't see it clearly, it gave people an inexplicable shock. Heaven and earth collapsed, only he was immortal. At this moment, Wu Lei only felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet, and there was an ominous fear. Until the demonic figure raised his hand and easily tore apart the infinite divine light and slowly walked out of it. At this moment, Wu Lei's eyes were aghast to see that it was a strange demonic figure wearing ancient armor, especially the mottled ancient armor that was densely covered in scars. Not only did it not lose a trace of its aura, but it also became more terrifying. It was as if in front of this ancient armor, all sins could not be refuted. Heaven and earth would be punished, and immortals and gods would not be pardoned. How is it possible? Who are you? Suddenly, there were several sounds of wind breaking from the distant sky. Then, Phoenix Rouge by Ling, Su Yan, and the others flew from the sky and stood in front of Wu Lei. There's actually someone here. Wu Lei's eyes trembled, and a look of anticipation appeared on his face. Fairies, be careful. He's a demon. However, just as Wu Lei finished speaking, Phoenix Rouge and the other 2 ladies suddenly turned their heads and looked at him with disdain. They then turned and bowed to Ling Xiao. Young master, who is this person? An evil demon that could deduce other people's cultivation techniques. Ling Xiao said indifferently. With a thought, the unforgiven demonic armor instantly dissipated and transformed into a long robe that fluttered in the wind. Evil demon? Phoenix Rouge and the other 2 girls narrowed their eyes, but Wu Lei's face had already turned pale. Young master, could it be that this person is really Ling Xiao? At this moment, Wu Lei only felt a chill run down his spine. In particular, Ling Xiao's world-renowned reputation caused him to feel fear from the depths of his heart. What kind of mentality and strategy did one have to be in order to make a demon become respected by everyone? Furthermore, according to Wu Lei's guess, even if he ran to the academy and told everyone that Ling Xiao was a demon, he was afraid that no one would believe him. On the contrary, he would most likely bear the sin of tarnishing the young master's sacred name. How terrifying! He played with the people in the palm of his hand. Regardless of whether it was the current taboo or the honorable ones, they all believed that this demon was the opportunity for the revival of the human race. Fairies, please don't be deceived by this demon. I'm Wu Lei, and people call me Young Master Wu. This person is the real demon, the great demon. Even if my brother is a demon, he's a demon that upholds the will of the people. Bai Ling said indifferently. There seemed to be a divine intent surging in her eyes, and an inexplicable aura began to surround her. Vaguely, An immortal door stood in the void, separating the two worlds. Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold as he felt the mysterious opportunity behind the immortal door, and the corner of his mouth seemed to curl up into a smile. The aura of reincarnation was becoming more and more obvious. He still didn't know how Bai Ling was related to the reincarnation divine abode or even the divine abyss of reincarnation. However, once this aura of reincarnation broke free from the immortal door's restraints, perhaps this destined woman's immortal path would begin a new period of splendor. The three of you have been cultivating in the realm all day. It's time for you to experience some battles. Remember, don't destroy his physical body. Ling Xiao's smile was gentle, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Phoenix Rouge and the other two girls' eyes flashed with a murderous intent, especially Bai Ling. Her beautiful face was instantly filled with boundless battle intent. From the beginning, she had longed to be Ling Xiao's blade. Although she had been cultivating in the realm all day, her will hadn't been erased. Buzz! A wisp of blood-red light bloomed leisurely between heaven and earth, and Bai Ling's figure quietly disappeared on the spot. On the other hand, Su Yan and Feng Rouge looked at each other as spiritual light surged around them. Flames hung in the air, covering the sky and creating waves of thousands of feet high. Blue fog rose from the east, enchanting eyes and chilling heaven and earth. Looking at the three beautiful figures suddenly rushing over, Wu Lei felt his scalp go numb. Golden light bloomed around him, forming an unparalleled divine Tao. Even so, his eyes were still filled with despair and defeat. He felt that there was no chance of survival at all. Ling Xiao stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. His robes fluttered in the wind, and he looked otherworldly. Although Wu Lei's cultivation was higher than Phoenix Rouge and the other two girls, his providence was far less terrifying than theirs. Moreover, this divine body could only deduce techniques and divine powers for his own use. Whether it was Su Yan or Phoenix Rouge, the power they controlled was the divine power of heaven and earth. It couldn't be replicated. After all, it was still early and the show had just begun. Now it seemed that this so-called genius in Qing Song couldn't threaten Ling Xiao at all. It was likely that only those who possessed great luck and were ranked in the sequence would be able to compete with him for the peak. Of course, after witnessing Jun Hanche's terrifying combat power, Ling Xiao didn't underestimate Qing Song at all. After all, the people he had met so far were mostly rotten fish and shrimps. The truly unparalleled in the world had yet to appear. Lu Ming, on the other hand, dared to be so unscrupulous after witnessing his terrifying physical body. Perhaps his golden finger wasn't targeting the physical body but the divine soul? Ling Xiao's lips curled up and his eyes were sinister and playful. It was obvious that the Dao Tian Academy would be very lively tonight. Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was muttering to himself, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly came from beside him. Hearing the voice, Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. When he turned his head again, he saw that Feng Ling was already beside him. There was an unconcealable melancholy on her fair and delicate little face. Feng Ling, what's wrong with you? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He had a feeling that Feng Ling was hiding a huge secret in her heart. Are you looking for the fifth demonic bone? Feng Ling raised her eyes and looked at Wu Lei, who was surrounded by Phoenix Rouge and the other two. She frowned slightly. Yes, the fifth demonic bone should be in the Dao Tian Academy. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. I just can't bear to part with it. Feng Ling shook her head. Her expression was cold and indifferent, and there was a kind of arrogance in her. Be careful. I can feel a very familiar aura in this world. They may not want you to go back alive. Chapter 1244. Feng Ling, who are you? Ling Xiao lowered his head and looked at the girl with a serious expression. Ling Xiao could feel an extremely ancient aura from her body. This aura was almost decaying, but it was still indestructible. Originally, Ling Xiao more or less had some guesses about Feng Ling's origin. The ninth floor of the glazed ancient pagoda, the awakened artifact spirit from a long slumber, or the intelligence born from the last demonic bone. But now it seemed like neither was the case, especially after the upper realm. This girl seemed to have suddenly awakened many memories and became even more mysterious and powerful. Even the divine blood sealed by the 4 ancient dynasties could not affect her at all. One had to know that even with Ling Zhao's sky demon body, he felt endless fear when facing that drop of golden blood. However, Feng Ling merely waved her hand and completely suppressed it. Ling Xiao, actually. I also want to know who I am. Feng Ling's eyes became more and more lonely, as if she was as sad as the world. I will get to the bottom of this. I will find out who it is that took everything away from me. Just as Ling Xiao was frowning and thinking in his heart, he saw a bright smile bloom on the girl's face, like a lily blooming in the dark. She was clearly cold and ruthless, but inexplicably warm. That demonic bone is in the east of this mountain, but there seems to be a very ancient aura beside it. Be careful. After saying that, Feng Ling did not care about the surprise on Ling Zhao's face and directly walked toward Tianwu. But just as her figure was about to disappear, she lowered her head and looked at Wu Lei with some annoyance. Then she raised her hand and gently clenched it. At this moment, there seemed to be a huge invisible force that turned into a tide and poured down in torrents around Wu Lei. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed and hurriedly stopped her. Feng Ling, stop! Up in the sky, Feng Ling was wearing a black dress. Her pretty face was cold, and her little nose seemed to let out a soft snort. Noisy, who told him to wake me up? Hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face. I'll do it. Buzz. Between heaven and earth, there was a sudden buzzing sound. Above Wu Lei's head, thunderclouds descended. Within it, there seemed to be rivers surging and divine mountains collapsing. A blood moon slowly rose up and illuminated the heavens. Suddenly, a blank look appeared on Wu Lei's face. The world before his eyes finally darkened completely. Wisps of remnant souls and vengeful spirits slowly walked out from the end of the darkness and drowned him. No matter how hard Wu Lei struggled, he couldn't make a single sound. This short period of time was actually the most terrifying nightmare that Wu Lei had ever experienced in his life. In the ancient forest, Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the youth before him, whose face was numb and whose body was devoid of life. There was not the slightest change in his expression. Behind him, Phoenix Rouge and the other 2 women's eyes were filled with fear. In just a few months, young Master's cultivation seemed to have reached a height that they couldn't reach. Although the 3 of them had joined forces and forced Wu Lei into a dead end. However, it was one thing to have the upper hand and another to kill him. Moreover, young Master didn't seem to have made a move at all, and Wu Lei's soul had already been destroyed. Go and cultivate. Next, all of you will have a new immortal path. Ling Xiao turned around and said to Phoenix Rouge and the other 2 women. Now that everything was ready, they were only waiting for midnight to arrive. At this moment, Wu Lei had already been controlled by Ling Zhao's soul seal and became a soul slave. With just a thought, the latter's soul sea would completely shatter. By then, not only would he obtain the providence of the divine body, but he would also be unable to escape. Yes, young Master. The 3 women glanced at each other and turned to walk into the depths of the realm. On the other hand, Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the graceful figure that was still sitting cross-legged in the void, enveloped by the tribulation thunder. The corners of his mouth gradually curled up into a smile. Gu Chaoxiai's divine tribulation wouldn't be over in a short period of time. Ling Xiao also had some guesses about the concerns in her heart. However, he still didn't know which part of the process had revealed a flaw. However, no matter what, 100,000 providence was indeed terrifying. Even though Ling Xiao had advanced step by step and thought that his plan was flawless, Now it seemed that in front of these people with great providence, there would still be flaws. However, he didn't know what kind of providence June Hanch, who had defeated Gu Chao-si-ai on the ancient tablet of Tao Heaven, had. Vaguely, Ling Xiao seemed to have a premonition that this person's background might not be in the Azure world, or even someone from the current generation. However, compared to Xiaofeng and the rest that he had met previously, the opportunity that June Hanch had appeared in was more mysterious. As a result, even with Ling Xiao's thoughts, he was actually a little confused. This path of immortality was really magnificent. The path of conquering the heavens was long and arduous. At the same time, Daotian Academy in the depths of the back mountain. This place was covered in layers of ancient forests and dense fog. There were tens of thousands of peaks and rugged rocks. Among them, 2 figures stood side by side at the edge of a cliff on one of the peaks, looking down at the sea of clouds. They were as otherworldly as immortals. Night fell, and the stars and moon were bright. Strands of moonlight shone down, illuminating the lone mountain cliff as bright as day. Young Master, this is the Daotian Academy's moon gazing platform. It is the most secluded and beautiful place in the entire academy at night. Li Jichu's pretty face was rosy. She glanced at the young man beside her from time to time. At this moment, Ling Xiao's expression was rather calm. However, there seemed to be purple flowing in his eyes, which were flawless and otherworldly. It is indeed a good place to admire the moon. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Li Jichu took out 2 wine jars from the universe ring and handed one to Ling Xiao. I know you like to drink wine. This morality brew is my master's secret recipe. It is made with the Great Spirit. Have a taste, young master. Okay. Ling Xiao smiled and opened the wine seal. He smelled a whiff of fragrance. It was bitterly cold and mellow, making him feel relaxed and happy. Before the wine entered his throat, the Great Spirit was already clear. The turbidity in his body was gone. Good wine. Ling Xiao raised his head and took a light sip. He felt a wave of spiritual energy that was as hot as sword intent penetrating his internal organs. At first, it was extremely fierce, but then it turned into a wave of warmth that flowed through his entire body, dispelling the coldness. Young master, how is it? Li Jichu covered her mouth and chuckled. The moonlight shone on her pretty face, making her look even fairer and more delicate. She was as flawless as jade, so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. She was very alluring. He had to admit that in terms of appearance, Li Jichu could be considered a national beauty. Her temperament was gentle and pleasant. However, to Ling Xiao, a lady without luck was destined to be an insignificant scenery on his journey to immortality. Not bad, but Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he shook his head and smiled. Senior sisterly, that junior brother of yours seems to be quite hostile to me. Oh, the smile on Li Jichu's face froze. Her bright eyes seemed a little flustered. Young master, are you talking about junior brother Lu Ming? Chapter 1245. Yes, when you returned to the Confucian Academy, senior brother Lu had a private conversation with me. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly, but there was no anger on his face. Given Lu Ming's character, even if Ling Xiao did not follow him personally, he could guess what he had said to Li Jichu. How could the son of destiny be in awe just because he was a villain? They would always use the excuse of having a clear Tao heart to be self-righteous and categorize all people and things that did not meet their expectations as villains. Then they would naturally reap the rewards and seize the good fortune. A villain because he was born noble? A villain because he was flamboyant? Ha ha! I, Ling Xiao, the light of the righteous path, will give an example to prove that I can hold you up until you die. Lu Ming. What did he say? Li Jichu frowned. Her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Of course. She had long seen Lu Ming's hostility toward young master and knew the reason behind it. However, She did not expect that her junior brother, who had always been simple and cheerful and devoted to Tao, would one day become like this, just like a resentful wife. Actually, I feel that he should like you very much. Otherwise, he would not be so impudent in front of me. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled, looking weary. He raised his head and drank more than half of the wine in the jar. Inexplicably, Li Jichu saw a trace of disappointment in his eyes. Could it be impossible? But am I thinking too much? Young master, actually Lu Ming and I. Jichu, why do you need to explain? You and I have been through life and death together. I have long regarded you as a close friend. On the other hand, although senior brother Lu's words are extreme, I can tell that he really cares about you. He is a straightforward person. Ling Xiao shook his head slightly. The hope that had risen in Li Jichu's eyes dimmed almost instantly. At this moment, her heart was filled with an unknown anger. It was burning fiercely, almost setting her body on fire. Before they came, Lu Ming's words and actions had already made Li Jichu feel disgusted. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was a hypocritical villain. He was a profligate playboy who wanted to take advantage of his initiative. This was ridiculous. Everyone knows young master's character. Also, did you hear what young master said just now? He only sees me as a very good friend and praises Lu Ming. Comparing the two, wasn't it obvious who was the hypocrite and had ulterior motives? Lu Ming, you're disgusting. Young master is so kind and benevolent. He sees everyone as a gentleman. But there are always some people in this world who like to measure the heart of a gentleman with their own mean measure. Li Jichu let out a long sigh. Her expression was desolate as she took a sip of wine. However, as soon as the wine entered her throat, Li Jichu's beautiful face suddenly froze. She felt her head sink and almost fainted on the spot. This wine is full of righteousness and is not suitable for women to taste. Today, little husband Wu gave me a few bottles of good wine. He said that the wine is mild and full of spirit energy. Jichu, if you want a drink, let's get drunk tonight. I still have something to say, but I don't know how to say it now. Ling Zhao's eyes were clear, and his smile was bitter. Li Jichu did not hesitate at all and nodded immediately. Okay. Getting drunk with young master was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her. What's more, young master seemed to have something to say to her in his heart. Although Li Jichu knew that the expectation in her heart was more or less wishful thinking. But to be able to accompany young master to drown his sorrows was also a great honor for her. If so, Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. He took out a message talisman from his arms. Wei Yang, go to Hanlin Academy and find little husband Wu. Tell him to help me send those bottles of good wine to St. Origin Palace. Oh, by the way, do you still have a Saint breakthrough pill with you? Give it to Brother Wu and ask him to send it to me. Huh? Young master? Who are you going to drink with? Can I go? On the other side of the message talisman, Xianyuan Weiyang asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at Li Jichu. When he saw her uneasy eyes, he smiled and said, You should cultivate well. Oh, let's go. Ling Xiao raised his head and drank the wine in the jar. Then he lifted his feet and walked down the mountain. Li Jichu's face showed some hesitation. Young master, will this be a little troublesome? It's okay. I don't like to owe people anything. That's why I didn't accept little husband Wu's gift today. Later, I will give him some spirit pills to express my gratitude. Young master. Li Jichu's eyes trembled. She respected and recognized Ling Zhao's character even more. What is a gentleman? What is he doing? Young master did all of this just for me. You and I don't have to say much. After all, after this school, I don't know when we will meet again. Let's enjoy ourselves to the fullest today. Ling Xiao smiled brightly, looking free and easy. The moonlight shone on his black robe, making it shine brightly. Even his hair was mixed with a touch of sparkling and translucent color. His immortal looks were unparalleled, uninhibited, and frank. In this chaotic world, it was the fortune of the common people to have a young master. On the mountain path, the two walked side by side. The silver moon hung high in the sky. The green mountain was silent. Li Jichu suddenly felt reluctant to leave. She was reluctant to walk down the mountain path. She was reluctant to leave the moon so quickly. She looked sideways, slightly, carefully looking at the side profile of the face that was close to her. She also looked at the hair that was dyed white by the moonlight. Suddenly, tears rose in her eyes. "Young master, if time froze, would we be considered to have grown old together?" At the same time, in front of St. Origin Hall, Lu Ming was dressed in black, hidden in the hall. There was a rare touch of coldness and indifference in his eyes. Although Li Jichu's attitude today had more or less hurt him a little. However, he still could not bear to watch her fall into Ling Zhao's trap without doing anything. It was midnight and evil was running amok. What he had to do was to expose Ling Zhao's true colors in front of his senior sister before this conspiracy succeeded. "Junior brother Lu, why did you ask us to come here in the middle of the night?" Beside him, the two disciples of the Confucian Institute looked at each other. To be honest, if not for the fact that Lu Ming had amazed everyone in the martial arts tournament of the 4 academies and received the appreciation of the dean, they would not have accompanied him. Lying in someone's bedroom in the middle of the night, weren't you afraid that others would see you and think you were a demon? Senior brothers, the reason I called you here is to be witnesses. Lu Ming took a deep breath, his expression extremely serious. That's right, with Ling Zhao's current reputation. No one would believe him if he said it alone. The two people in front of him were two famous senior brothers in the Confucian Institute. They cultivated righteous energy and were also outstanding talents of the orthodox path. It would be foolproof if the two of them were here to witness him expose Ling Zhao's hypocrisy. Otherwise, he was worried that Ling Zhao would bite back. Given his status, he would be in an extremely passive situation. Witness? Witness what? The two disciples of the Confucian Institute were stunned. They looked at each other, feeling that the scene in front of them was extremely similar to a scene where adultery was caught. I suspect that the young master of the Ling people, Ling Zhao, wants to do something to senior sister Li. Therefore, I have to trouble the two of you to be witnesses to Ling Zhao's scheme. Lu Ming's tone was melancholic. At this moment, he also believed that given the character of the disciples of the Confucian Institute, they would definitely not sit back and watch such a thing happen. Ling Zhao, you are destined to lose your reputation tonight. Chapter 1246. What? In St. Origin Palace, the two disciples of the Confucian Institute trembled and almost fell from the roof. At this moment, their faces were filled with fear as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Lu Ming, do you mean that we are here to catch Master Ling Zhao cheating? Senior brother, don't talk nonsense. Senior sister is innocent and has been deceived by Ling Zhao. Whoosh. Before Lu Ming could finish his words, one of the figures had already turned into an afterimage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and the other disciple of the Confucian Institute were left staring at each other, their faces filled with resentment. However, at this moment, Lu Ming was resentful of the senior brother's cowardice. When he heard the name Ling Zhao, he revealed such a despicable side. As for the remaining disciple of the Confucian Institute, he was simply resentful that he was one step too late. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on him. He was afraid that Lu Ming would not give him a chance to escape so easily. No, junior brother, have you become arrogant? You have just won the title of number 1 in the 4 courtyards, and you dare to interfere in the relationship between junior sister Li and Lord Ling Zhao. It's your choice to die. Why are you dragging me along? Master Ling Zhao is not someone you can question. Uft! Young Master Ling Zhao still needed to scheme against junior sister Li? He was afraid that as long as the young master gave a look, the saintess of Qing Tsang Thousand Sects would take the initiative to give herself to him. Who was junior sisterly? Senior brother Song, don't tell me you are as cowardly as senior brothering? Lu Ming's eyes were gloomy, and there was a trace of sinister intent in them. Ha! What are you talking about, junior brother Lu? How could I, Song Qinghe, be as useless as Yin Jiao? But, junior brother, I suddenly remembered that I have a mahjong game tonight, and I am short of one person. Why don't you let me go back and greet the other senior brothers first? Song Qinghe smiled embarrassedly and dared not look into Lu Ming's eyes. For some reason, he actually saw a trace of undisguised killing intent in this junior brother's eyes at this moment. Senior brother Song, we disciples of the Confucian institution cultivate the righteousness of the Confucian Tao. If you allow evil to harm your fellow disciples, won't your Tao heart hurt? Lu Ming spoke calmly. There seemed to be a glow shining around him, and his eyes were full of threat. It hurts, but junior martial brother, I don't want to die young. I still have an old mother at the foot of the mountain waiting for me to succeed in my cultivation and return home in glory. Buzz! Right when Song Qinghe was about to kneel down and beg for mercy with a miserable expression, the sound of the wind being torn apart suddenly resounded out silently from the distant darkness. Lu Ming's expression changed. He stuffed a divine talisman into Song Qinghe's hands. Senior brother, you only need to hide in the hall. You don't have to interfere in other matters. If I misunderstood Ling Xiao, I will bear all the responsibility. If you escape now, I'm afraid you will only attract suspicion. Song Qinghe's body went limp and his eyes were filled with resentment. However, Lu Ming had already turned his head and looked at the figure that walked out from the darkness. His eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, he could see that although the figure did not deliberately hide his appearance, there was not a trace of aura fluctuation around him. Obviously, he had used a spirit talisman to conceal his appearance. Wu Lei! Lu Ming had heard of this little husband Wu. However, when the 6 heroes of the demon race descended that day, Wu Lei could not even withstand the power of Feng Yan's seal and almost became the laughingstock of Qingtsang. He did not expect that the person who secretly cooperated with Ling Xiao's tricks was actually one of the 100 heroes, sneaking around, hiding one's aura, and going out in the middle of the night. Ling Xiao, let's see what else you have to explain. Lu Ming snorted coldly, seemingly deep in thought. He watched coldly as Wu Lei pushed open the door of the main hall and stepped in. Senior martial brother, you stay here. Lu Ming turned his head and took a deep look at Song Qinghe. His figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. In St. Origin Palace, Wu Lei took out a wine pot from his Qiankuan ring and a white jade elixir from his arms. He turned his head and looked around before crushing the elixir and pouring it into the wine pot. After doing all these, Wu Lei pinched a voice transmission talisman and said in a deep voice, Lord Ling Xiao, I have already prepared the wine according to your instructions. Okay. Until a familiar voice came from the other side of the talisman. There was a trace of aura fluctuation in the dark corner of the main hall. Immediately, Lu Ming's figure walked out from the darkness like a ghost. That pair of eyes flashed with coldness and evilness, inexplicably making people feel a little frightened. It was hard to imagine that a young man who cultivated the righteous Confucian sect would have such a strange aura. However, contrary to the aura around him, Lu Ming's eyes seemed to be overflowing with golden splendor. He was full of Buddha nature and righteousness. 2 completely opposite temperaments were perfectly fused into one by this young man. Wu Lei turned his head and looked at the young man who suddenly appeared. His pair of eyes bloomed with a trace of sarcasm. You shouldn't help the evildoer. Lu Ming's expression was cold and ruthless. At this time, he was very sure that under Ling Xiao's righteous appearance, there was a dirty and evil heart hidden. Obviously, he didn't have any feelings for senior sister at all. He didn't even bother to spend time deceiving her. He only wanted to have some fun with her during this short trip to the academy, based on Lu Ming's understanding of Li Jichu. Even if Senior's sister fell in love with this young master of the Ling people, she would definitely not easily give her virginity to him. Perhaps this was the reason why Ling Xiao set up such an evil plan. Boom! However, in the face of Lu Ming's reprimand, Wu Lei didn't hesitate at all. His whole body bloomed with spiritual light, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. He directly turned into an afterimage and pounced on the former. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's face didn't show a trace of anger. Instead, it was filled with a cold smile. Did you see that? He was anxious. He didn't even explain and directly had the intention to kill. It was a pity. If it was someone else, they might be fearful of young Master Wu's reputation and might even be silenced by him. However, right from the beginning, Lu Ming didn't take these so-called 100 talents of the human race seriously. This was because the cultivation techniques that he cultivated and the numinous treasures that he controlled were all top-notch creations in this world. In fact, he was confident that he could even defeat the few heavenly talents of the demon race in the past. It was a pity that when he was hesitating back then, Ling Xiao beat him to it and took the limelight. Otherwise, Lu Ming's name would have reverberated across the vast land by now. Buzz! The Tao runes of the divine light were awakened. Patches of intertwined and flowed around Lu Ming's body. At this moment, he didn't have to worry at all. He directly activated the special effects to the maximum, wanting to take this opportunity to attract the attention of the powerful cultivators in the academy. Boom! Seeing this, the murderous intent in Wu Lei's eyes intensified. He suddenly pressed out his palms, and a glaring golden light erupted. Humph! Lu Ming snorted coldly. He wasn't afraid at all. The righteous aura of Confucianism was vast and mighty. He was like an ancient sage, overflowing with divine light, and his Tao was natural. The two figures collided with a loud bang, instantly overturning the entire ancient palace. Smoke and dust soared into the sky, and spiritual light fell, releasing endless splendor in the night sky. Chapter 1247. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the Saint Origin ancient palace shattered into pieces. Smoke and dust filled the air. Two figures of spiritual brilliance stepped out of the palace and collided with each other in the night sky. Endless divine brilliance shrouded the sky, covering the moon and the stars. Ancient and vast runes filled the air, filled with indescribable divinity. The terrifying opportunity was like the falling of the sea of stars and the surging waves of the divine ocean. At this time, Wu Lei's face was extremely anxious. The moment his palm struck out, numerous spiritual seals and spiritual talismans appeared in the sky, each showing its majesty. However, no matter how he attacked, Lu Ming didn't confront him at all. He just calmly dodged the collision, trapping his figure in front of the Saint Origin Palace. What's that? It seems that someone is fighting. Who dares to be so presumptuous in the Dao Tian Academy? The originally quiet Dao Mountain suddenly burst into an uproar. Figures walked out of the main palace, looking at the void above with trembling eyes. There, Dao runes were surging and thousands of rays of light were shining. Unparalleled killing intent was condensed and crisscrossed, falling layer by layer with the momentum to collapse the sky. In the divine brilliance, two figures were entangled in a battle, shattering the night sky. It's young Master Wu. Who is he fighting with? It seems to be junior brother Lu from the Confucian Academy. Why are the two of them fighting? I don't know, but it seems that they have the intention to kill. Countless streams of light bloomed in the sky, sweeping over from afar. This place was the resting place of many azure sky monsters in the Hanlin Academy. Therefore, in just a few breaths, countless figures had gathered in front of the Saint Origin Palace. Even some elders of the Academy came down from the sky with a puzzled look, looking at the two geniuses above their heads. At this time, soul light suddenly bloomed in Wu Lei's eyes, transforming into a seal and falling down on Lu Ming's head. Even the countless academy elders below were secretly shocked by the power contained within it. I didn't expect you to have a backup plan, Lu Ming sneered. Since almost everyone had arrived, this farce should come to an end. As long as he defeated Wu Lei, he could expose his and Ling Zhao's conspiracy in front of everyone. At that time, the so-called young master of Ling people, the light of the righteous path, would be completely exposed. Soul aura attack? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. There was a flash of colorful light in his eyes. Suddenly, a 7-colored ancient dagger appeared under the heaven-covering soul seal. In the next instant, the soul seal pressed down, covering the sky with an aura that could suppress eternity. What a terrifying soul force! I didn't think that Wu Lei's true technique was actually a soul technique. At the sight of this, the expressions of countless elite disciples changed. They watched in horror as the soul seal shrouded Lu Ming and annihilated him. However, just when everyone thought that this battle had come to an end, they saw the 300-meter soul seal suddenly and strangely stop. Then, at the center of the soul seal, there seemed to be a strand of multicolored radiance that could split the heavens and earth apart. It actually managed to shatter the seal from within. Almost instantly, Lu Ming's figure darted out from the endless soul lights and charged furiously toward Wu Lei. Buzz. Around him, righteous energy surged, and his Dharma idol stood tall. Before the shock on Wu Lei's face could fade, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Humph! Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and there was a faint smile at the corners of his lips. He stretched out his palm, and it transformed into a palm that was dozens of feet long, grabbing toward Wu Lei. However, at this moment, he did not exert his full strength. He only wanted to capture Wu Lei. Therefore, although the spirit palm was powerful, it did not contain any killing intent. However, a shocking scene appeared. The moment the spirit palm grabbed Wu Lei, blood spurted out of the latter's 7 orifices at the same time. As for his head, it actually shattered in an instant. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Suddenly, sounds of cold air being sucked and could be heard from the entire Dao Mountain. At this moment, everyone was staring blankly at the corpse shadow that fell from the sky, and Lu Ming, who was standing in the void with a similarly dumbfounded expression. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. In a battle between peers, life and death were indeed fated. However, junior brother Lu, are you getting conceited? This Wu Lei was indeed an itinerant cultivator without any sect or clan. However, he was after all one of the Azure Sky 100 talents and had been famous for a long time. Now that he had come to the academy and gone through 3 trials, he had also tried to demonstrate the strength of the human race when the 6 heroes of the demon race descended. Although he was eventually suppressed by Feng Yan's palm, how many people in the academy could compare to his courage and hot-bloodedness? No matter how one looked at it, this Wu Lei was the light of the orthodox path and had a pure and kind nature. As for you, junior brother Lu, since you are so impressive, you should have done something long ago. In the face of the demon race, you were submissive. But when it came to dealing with the human race's elites, you attacked with a heavy blow. For a moment, the mountain wind was oppressive, and the entire Dao Mountain suddenly fell into a dead silence. At this moment, on the mountain path in the distance, Ling Xiao and Li Jichu were walking side by side. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. They were relaxed and carefree. At this moment, both of them had smiles on their faces and were chatting softly from time to time, discussing Confucianism and Tao. Senior sisterly, thank you for your hospitality today. You must drink a few more cups of the spirit wine later. Ling Zhao's gaze was indifferent, but his tone was gentle. Earlier on, when Wu Lei transmitted his voice, he did not avoid Li Jichu at all. The key to this chess game was the contrast between Ling Zhao's openness and Lu Ming's sinister and suspicious nature. As the party concerned, Li Jichu knew all about Ling Zhao's actions. In that case, would it be valid to say that I schemed against her? Furthermore, Ling Xiao had already used Wu Lei to test Lu Ming's means earlier. A soul dagger that could break 10,000 Dao. There were a few different types of spirit power fluctuations on his body, and Ling Xiao was extremely familiar with one of them, the aura of the ghost race. In other words, the cultivation technique that Lu Ming cultivated most likely involved the four major legacies of ghost, Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism. If I said that he was a spy of the ghost race, would you believe me? In that case, wasn't it very clear why he, a mere disciple of the academy, wanted to scheme against Ling Xiao by all means? Love and hatred were secondary. The mission of the race was the key. I, Ling Xiao, am the light of the orthodox path. Everyone wants to kill demons. Okay. Li Jichu nodded and chuckled. However, just as her voice faded, she saw a sudden burst of spirit light in the distant void. Two figures were entangled in a life and death battle. Divine power filled the sky and shook everyone's heart. But very soon, one of the figures had his head smashed and fell from the sky. The whole process seemed slow, but in fact it happened in a flash. By the time Li Jichu came to her senses, her face had already turned completely pale. At this moment, she could see that the one who was killed seemed to be little husband Wu, who had sent a message to young master just now. And the one who killed him was none other than Lu Ming, who had always been prejudiced against young master. Oh no! On the mountain path, Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, his body was surrounded by sword intent, like the primordial immortal brilliance, piercing through the sky, and his figure directly stepped out. Dao rhymes flowed under his feet, like the Milky Way of the nine heavens, and directly swept towards Saint Origin Palace, where Lu Ming was. Young master! Li Jichu's lips trembled slightly. She swallowed the words that were at the tip of her tongue. Junior brother Lu Ming, you are stupid! Chapter 1248. Initially, Li Jichu's impression of Lu Ming was that he was hardworking and had a calm personality. Even if he encountered setbacks, he was always optimistic and strong. He was rarely irrational. Although she could vaguely sense her junior brother's feelings for her previously, she did not expect Lu Ming to make such a huge mistake. No matter. What exactly did Wu Lei do to deserve Lu Ming's impulsive and presumptuous behavior? From the looks of it, the Daotian Academy would have to bear the wrath of Lord Ling Xiao tonight. After all, the entire Qing knew that the young master of the Ling people was extremely righteous. He was especially protective of his family and loved ones. Previously, when a servant of the God Emperor realm was humiliated by the young master of the Shao clan, the young master dared to take the risk of starting an immortal battle. He personally led 10,000 black demon guards into the ancestral land of the Shao clan and killed Xiaomai in public. Let alone an ordinary Confucian institute disciple with no background. Buzz! The starry sky was bright and resplendent. Under the silver moon, a black-robed figure stepped on the river of stars and descended from the sky. At this moment, his expression was extremely cold and sinister. In fact, even though he was walking in the light, he still gave off a feeling of darkness. Lord Ling Xiao. Countless sect elites narrowed their eyes, especially when they sensed the biting cold aura exuding from Ling Xiao. Every trace of it seemed to be able to penetrate the heavens. Why was the young master so angry? What exactly happened tonight? Ling Xiao. Only Lu Ming looked indifferent. His eyes were clear, as if he did not feel the slightest bit of fear because of Ling Xiao's anger. He was angry. Did you see that? What was he afraid of? He was afraid that the fame that he had painstakingly built would be destroyed in a breath. Give me a reason not to kill you. Ling Xiao stood on the peak with his hands behind his back, looking down at Lu Ming below him. Around him, 3,000 sword intents whistled and formed a vortex, connecting heaven and earth. It was like a storm. If one was not prepared, it could destroy heaven and earth. Ling Xiao, don't you know what you've done? Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. He had no idea why Wu Lei's body was so weak that it could not even withstand his ordinary palm print. However, evil villains deserved to be killed by everyone. What did I do? Ling Xiao frowned slightly, his eyes cold. Lu Ming, I respect you as a disciple of the Confucian Institute, the top student of the Four Courtyards, and senior sister, Li's junior brother. I have repeatedly given in to you. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Boom! Vast sword momentum surged leisurely, splitting heaven and earth. At this moment, Ling Xiao was just standing in the void, giving off the feeling that he was suppressing the heavens and intimidating the ancients. It was too terrifying. He was like a supreme sword immortal, causing one's heart to tremble and not dare to disobey him in the slightest. Lu Ming's face turned pale inexplicably. He suddenly realized that he really did not have the qualifications to compete with this master Ling Xiao. Even if he looked up, he could not see his back. Such a person, even if he was an evil villain, how many people in the Azure world would dare to be his enemy? Beep. The chosen one is shocked. Congratulations to the host for plundering 2,000 luck points and 20,000 villain points. Ling Xiao, I am a disciple of the Confucian Institute. I cultivate righteous energy. Don't think that you can threaten me with this. No matter who comes today, I will expose your hypocrisy. Lu Ming gritted his teeth fiercely, suppressing the fear in his heart. It was only at this moment that he realized how much courage was needed to face the wrath of this young master of the Ling people. Invincible celestial beauty, invincible background. Even he felt a little hesitant at this moment. All these years, Lu Ming had devoted himself to cultivating Confucianism and keeping a low profile. It was not that he was emotionless and selfless, but he could not disobey his master's orders. Counting the time, there were less than 2 years left before the appointment with Master Xiankong. Once he missed that opportunity, his master might really be consigned to eternal damnation. Damn it. How could I take the initiative to provoke such a powerful enemy at such a crucial time? It was hard to stop halfway. Vaguely, Lu Ming seemed to feel a little uneasy. However, he really could not figure out what the problem was. It was as if there was an invisible hand hidden in the darkness, pushing him step by step to this desperate situation. Hypocrisy? What is Lu Ming talking about? Is he doubting Lord Ling Xiao? Damn it! Lu Ming is actually doubting Lord Ling Xiao. Instantly, the entire Dao Mountain was in an uproar. Everyone glared at Lu Ming with a face full of resentment. Their eyes were full of ridicule. In this world, there was actually someone who dared to doubt Lord Ling Xiao's character, not to mention Lord Ling Xiao's previous righteous deeds. Just the day before yesterday, he had shocked the 6 heroes of the demon clan single-handedly. He had almost single-handedly restored the dignity of the human race. Without the young master, the Daotian Academy and the current generation of geniuses would definitely become a laughingstock for thousands of years. How dare Lu Ming? Hypocrisy? This kind of slander was simply heinous and unforgivable. Lu Ming, you evil creature, what are you saying? Among the crowd, Li Rulin's expression changed drastically, and he said with hatred. At this moment, there was also some doubt on his face. This little disciple of his had always been calm and low-key. What was wrong with him today? If you want to kill Wu Lei, then so be it. A person with no background is dead. At most, you will be punished to reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors. After a few days, no one will remember this matter. However, you actually dared to doubt Lord Ling Xiao. What's the difference between this and courting death? Master, you often teach us that those who cultivate righteousness should stand on their own feet and not be afraid of power and influence. Today, I'll be bold. Even though I know that it's impossible, I'll risk my life to do it." Lu Ming took a deep breath and suppressed all the distracting thoughts in his heart, although at this moment he already felt a lingering fear. In particular, given Ling Zhao's identity, he was destined not to be erased because of a stain. In other words, even if Lu Ming was caught red-handed and exposed the evil deeds of this young master of the Ling people, at most, the world would only see his true colors. However, he was afraid that he would have to face the endless pursuit of the Taigu Ling people next. However, in this short moment, Lu Ming also asked himself, was it really because of fear in his heart that he could only watch helplessly as senior sister Li was framed and humiliated? No, he could not do it. In fact, even his master would not wish for him, Lu Ming, to be reduced to such a cowardly and lowly state that he had lost his bottom line. Tribulations, setbacks, and life and death calamities should be the medals for him to reach the peak of the immortal path. How dare you? You evil creature. You're about to die, and yet you still dare to talk nonsense. Forget it. Today, I'll personally clean up the sect and get rid of this evil disciple who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Rulin gritted his teeth fiercely. Although his tone was vicious, the pain and sorrow in his eyes could not be concealed. To be honest, from the bottom of his heart, he still believed in this little disciple of his. However, no matter what he knew, Ling Xiao, the young master of the Taigu Ling people, was not someone he could doubt. Otherwise, if he was not careful, the entire Dao Tian Academy would be destroyed overnight. Buzz. Chapter 1249. Buzz. At the peak of the Dao Mountain, rays of light shone brightly. The moment Li Rulin took a step forward, his body transformed into a huge sun, covering the stars and the moon. That murderous intent almost destroyed the heavens, causing divine thunder to descend from the heavens, rumbling and shaking one's heart. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on everyone's face. Good job, Dean Li, putting righteousness before family. He was indeed the leader of Confucianism. An ungrateful traitor of the Confucian Tao like Lu Ming deserved such an outcome. Haha, overwhelming righteousness. This is the so-called overwhelming righteousness. Li Rulin, you think you're worthy of being my master? I, Lu Ming, only have one master. Cleaning up the sect? Are you worthy? Looking at the white-robed Li Rulin with a cold expression, Lu Ming's face turned pale and his eyes were filled with extreme anger. True enough, righteousness was worthless in the face of power and status. After all, he had been possessed and trusted the word Confucian too much. As a result, he got into trouble and ended up in his current state. In fact, Li Rulin did not even ask him why he was enemies with Ling Xiao and was so eager to kill him. Now, it seemed that only Master Xiankong could truly do whatever he wanted and be invulnerable to all evil. However, he did not regret it. He had already mastered all the cultivation techniques of the Confucian Academy. According to his master, he only needed to raise his cultivation level to the Saint Realm and he would be able to set foot in that place. At that time, I, Lu Ming, swear on my Tao heart that I will use the righteousness of heaven and earth to cleanse the world of all evil. Fortunately, after this incident, the young master of Ling people would not dare to do anything to his senior sister tonight. In that case, his setback this time was worth it. How dare you? Li Rulin's face was ghastly pale. Although his current actions were indeed letting down his Tao heart and the Confucian predecessors, however, since he was on the path of immortality, he had no choice. He could not let the entire Dao Tian Academy fall into eternal damnation because of Lu Ming alone. Lu Ming, you can only blame yourself for provoking the person you should not provoke in the Azure world. Otherwise, given your talent, even if Master risked his life, he would definitely ensure that your immortal path would be safe. Buzz! Li Rulin sighed softly and gathered all of his spiritual radiance in his palm. However, just as he lifted his hand and was about to press down on Lu Ming, a calm and indifferent voice could be heard in the distant void. Wait a minute. Upon hearing the voice, the spirit splendor surrounding Li Rulin and Lu Ming's bodies trembled slightly. Even the faces of the countless geniuses from the various clans flickered with astonishment. Everyone lifted their heads and looked at the teenager in black who was facing Lu Ming from afar. At this moment, although Ling Xiao's expression was still cold and sinister, there was a hint of doubt between his brows. Although I, Ling Xiao, am not a saint or a sage, I do have some reputation in the Azure world. I have always been magnanimous in my actions. If I let you die with injustice today, wouldn't I bear the bad name of a bully for no reason? Ling Xiao's eyes were deep and calm. At this moment, he could feel the fluctuations of divine power around Lu Ming. It was obvious that given the providence of this son of destiny, Li Rulin alone would not be able to kill him. Lu Ming had to die today. However, before he died, Ling Xiao would let him know the reason for his death. In that case, this Leek's Taoist heart would be completely shattered and the world would no longer have any doubts about Ling Xiao's character. This, Li Rulin's expression froze. The guilt in his heart suddenly intensified. However, at this moment, his guilt was not because of Lu Ming, but Lord Ling Xiao. That was right. The reason why he was in a hurry to strike earlier was indeed that he had some concerns in his heart. He was worried that Lu Ming would really know some secrets that he should not know. Once he exposed Ling Xiao's unknown side in front of everyone, the consequences were simply unimaginable. However, looking at Ling Xiao's attitude now, it was obvious that he was indifferent. It was ridiculous that he actually doubted young master's loyalty and righteousness. If there's anything you want to say, just say it. Ling Xiao stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked otherworldly. On the other hand, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The spirit glow around him quietly dimmed, and there was a hint of disdain at the corners of his mouth. Ling Xiao, you asked for it. Now, it seemed that he could no longer stay in the Daotian Academy. Given Ling Xiao's sinister nature, there was no way he would let him off. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. Ling Xiao, do you really think that your plan is flawless? It's ridiculous. You colluded with Wu Lei. Don't you know what you want to do? Lu Ming lowered his head and glanced at Li Jichu, who was in the crowd. If there was anything in the entire Daotian Academy that he was reluctant to part with, it was most likely the senior sister, whom he had spent many years with day and night. Colluded with Wu Lei? Ling Xiao frowned slightly, divine patterns flashing in his eyes. I don't understand what you're talking about. Humph. You got Wu Lei to tamper with the wine and have ulterior motives towards senior sisterly. Ling Xiao, am I right? Lu Ming sneered coldly. He glanced at Li Jichu, wanting to see a trace of shock and astonishment on her face. She should also believe in herself. Everything that I have done for her. It was just that. When he saw the sadness and disappointment in Li Jichu's brows, Lu Ming's heart suddenly trembled. He could only feel a chill rising from the soles of his feet. There was an inexplicable fear. Why? Why is she looking at me like that? She should be looking at Ling Xiao with such a gaze. Ulterior motives? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He was so angry that he laughed. The people in the mountains were also filled with righteous indignation. The murderous intent in their eyes was almost tangible. In particular, some of the CP fans who had witnessed Ling Xiao and Gu Chaoxiai ascending to godhood and relying on each other were so angry that they gritted their teeth. They could not wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces to vent the hatred in their hearts. Li Jichu, ulterior motives? Was she worthy? However, at this time, some of the disciples of the academy who knew about the relationship between Lu Ming and Li Jichu flashed a trace of realization in their eyes. After all, everyone had seen Li Jichu's attitude toward Lord Ling Xiao recently. If the young master wanted to do something, he didn't need to tamper with the wine at all. Jealousy makes people ugly. Pretend. Still pretending. Let's see how long you can pretend. hearing the ridicule of the people in the mountains. Lu Ming's face became more and more ferocious. Senior Sister Li, tell me, did Ling Xiao invite you to St. Origin Palace for a drink? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze suddenly converged on the beautiful white figure in the mountains. Their eyes were full of threatening intent. That's right. However, what was surprising was that Li Zichu, who had always been obedient in front of Ling Xiao, nodded without hesitation at this time. What? Everyone's expression turned cold. Obviously, they could not figure out what this pair of senior sister and junior brother from the Confucian Academy were up to. What could they gain by slandering the young master? Humph, Ling Xiao, what else do you have to say? Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly as he nodded slightly at Li Zichu. It seemed that this senior sister of his was still insistent in her heart. Confucian, neither humble nor arrogant, was full of righteousness. Senior sister, you deserve more respect than master. Chapter 1250. Young master invited me to drink wine. But why did you accuse him of tampering with the wine? Li Zichu's expression was indifferent. She had long been disappointed in Lu Ming. Right from the beginning, she knew that although Ling Xiao had feelings for her, he did not have any feelings for her. Lu Ming actually framed her young master because of jealousy. It was simply shameful. Oh! Upon hearing Li Zichu's words, the shock on everyone's faces turned sluggish again. No, junior sister Li, whose side are you on exactly? I was completely dumbfounded by this sudden change of events. What? Senior sister. Even Lu Ming's mouth was slightly agape at this moment, his eyes filled with confusion. Senior sister, Ling Xiao sent Wu Lei to deliver the wine and tampered with it. Do you understand what I mean? He wants to do something to you. Ridiculous. Everyone knows young master's character. Lu Ming, you've really disappointed me. Li Zichu snorted coldly and turned to look at the surrounding people. Young master and I have been admiring the moon at full moon peak, just now. I'm not used to master's morality brew, so young master ordered Miss Weiyang to exchange for 2 pots of immortal brew from Wu Lei. Miss Weiyang can also testify to this. I see. Upon hearing this, a look of realization appeared on everyone's faces. Lu Ming most likely wanted to take this opportunity to frame young master and then kill Wu Lei so that there would be no evidence. How dare he? Pa! Pa! Some people even started to wave their hands and gave themselves 2 slaps consecutively. Damn it, for a moment just now, my faith in young master was shaken. Ha 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 ha! It turns out that all of you are the same. Lu Ming shook his head and chuckled softly, looking as if he had gone mad. He really did not expect that the so-called black and white in this world would be reversed one day. It was ridiculous that he was devoted to Confucianism and believed in the righteous path of the human world. In the end, this righteous path was actually so laughable. Right and wrong are all in that pot of wine. Senior brother Song Qinghe and I saw with our own eyes that Wu Lei had drugged the wine. Today, all of you can't distinguish right from wrong. Sooner or later, you will be killed by evil demons. That's all I have to say. Lu Ming sneered, his body shrouded in divine splendor. At this moment, he no longer hoped that anyone would believe him. In the end, he was the one who had to bear everything. However, Ling Xiao, even if that is the case, I will still destroy your reputation. Song Qinghe? Li Rulin frowned and lowered his head to look at the crowd. However, he saw that Song Qinghe had a puzzled look on his face. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, It has nothing to do with me. Lu Ming, you and I have no feud in the past and have no grievances today. What do you mean by harming me? Be careful that I don't kill you. You Puchi. Upon hearing that, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. This was the end of the road. Who would have thought that in this Qing Song sacred ground, there was not a single person who dared to speak the truth? Sad, absurd. He, Lu Ming, had actually ended up in such a situation where everyone in the world was his enemy. Beep, child of destinies, Dao heart trembles. Congratulations to host for plundering 2,000 luck points and 20,000 villain points. Go and get that pot of wine. Just when Lu Ming's heart was filled with sorrow and hatred and his eyes were gloomy and gloomy, he was about to cast a secret technique to escape from this place. Not far away, the young man in black opened his mouth indifferently and said in a deep voice, The corner of Lu Ming's eyes trembled slightly, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. With the supreme treasure in his hand, it was not difficult to leave this place. At this moment, he was just a little curious about what Ling Xiao wanted to do. Young master. At this time, St. Origin Palace was already in ruins. However, the pot of immortal wine on the table was not destroyed. Li Jichu moved gracefully, took the pot of wine, and held it in front of Ling Xiao with both hands. Senior sisterly, do you believe in me? Ling Xiao smiled gently, clean and bright. Especially that pair of eyes, it was like the cold river in the ninth heaven, bitterly cold and deep, causing one's heart to fluctuate. Of course. Li Jichu pursed her lips and smiled lightly. Evil intentions? I do hope that young master has a trace of longing for her in his heart. So, even if the pot was filled with water, she was willing to sink into it. Drink it. Ling Xiao nodded indifferently. Li Jichu did not hesitate at all. She raised her head and drank the entire pot of immortal wine. The entire Dao Mountain was silent. At this moment, all the geniuses of the various sects were staring at the beautiful figure with a blushing face and blurred eyes. They wanted to see what kind of trick young master had done to the wine, until Li Jichu's delicate body trembled. Her fragrant sweat dripped down. Her pair of eyes suddenly revealed a trace of fear. The originally quiet Dao Mountain was suddenly filled with the sound of people inhaling cold air. Hiss! It seemed very exciting. Why did it suddenly become hot and dry? Li Jichu's red lips slightly pursed. There was a special kind of temptation. Even her mouth was filled with suppressed moans. Instantly, there seemed to be a trace of surprise in the eyes of many disciples. There was a trace of doubt in their eyes when they looked at Ling Xiao. Young master, what exactly was in this wine pot? Or could it be that Lu Ming had already done something to the wine? Right. That must be it. Most likely, Wu Lei was killed by Lu Ming because he had stumbled upon Lu Ming's scheme. Lu Ming's eyes were cold, but there was a trace of inexplicable bitterness in them. To him, watching senior sister Li drink the medicinal wine with his own eyes was a kind of pain, especially at this moment, in front of so many azure geniuses. Senior sister Li showed such a demeanor. It was a kind of humiliation. But what can I do? In order to let you stupid secular people see Ling Xiao's true colors, senior sister Li, you can only reap what you sow. Boom! It was just that. Just as everyone was looking at the young man in black, who was standing with his hands behind his back with a complicated expression, there was suddenly a spiritual glow surrounding Li Jichu's body. Endless golden light revealed a phenomenon, layering on top of each other, and a vast aura filled the sky. The dazed and depressed look on Li Jichu's face disappeared in an instant, and a trace of heartfelt shock and joy appeared on her face. At this moment, she could feel that her realm had actually entered the 6th stage of the Venerable Realm in this short period of time. In fact, she was only 1 step away from the 7th stage. Look, Li Jichu's realm has broken through! What kind of immortal wine is this? It's so terrifying. This is an 8th grade elixir. On the mountain path in the distance, a beautiful figure in white walked over slowly, her black hair fluttering in the wind like a fairy. On that fair and gentle face, there was a gentle and tranquil smile. At this moment, when she saw everyone looking at her, Xinyuan Weiyang blushed slightly and lowered her eyes slightly. It was only when she saw the smile at the corner of Ling Zhao's mouth that she seemed to muster up her courage and looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. Young master wanted me to pass this elixir to Wu Lei. It's Xuan Yuan's princess. An 8th grade elixir? To go with the wine? Such extravagance. Everyone was shocked. When they looked at Lu Ming again, his face had already turned pale. How can this be? How can this be? He had seen and heard Ling Xiao's voice transmission and Wu Lei's poisoning with his own eyes. But in the end, why did the trick in the wine turn out to be an 8th grade elixir? Wait a minute. Could it be that everything he had seen had been deliberately arranged by someone? Ling Xiao. Chapter 1251. Instantly, Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine. His hair and back were drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, he realized that he had neglected something from the beginning. If everything he saw was fake, then this conspiracy was actually targeting him alone. But why? Why would the dignified young master of the Ling people plot against him? You! Lu Ming's lips trembled slightly. He had never felt so lost before. He had never met Ling Xiao before. There was no enmity between them. Why would the dignified young master of the Taigu Ling people force him into such a desperate situation? Suddenly, Lu Ming seemed to be even more certain that the righteousness displayed by this young man was just a facade. He must be hiding another face that no one knew about, an identity that was enough to make the entire Azure world tremble. But what could it be? Just as Lu Ming's thoughts were running wild and his eyes were gradually filled with fear, he saw the void in front of him suddenly fluctuate for a moment. Immediately after, a calm and indifferent face suddenly appeared in front of him. Tell me, who exactly are you? Why did you frame me? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. In his hand, an ancient sword with silver splendor emitted a mysterious glow. It froze time and space and slashed toward his head. Buzz! The sound of the sword was suddenly heard. Endless divine splendor covered the starry sky. The area within 100 miles was filled with sword will. Even a saint would not dare to get close to it at this moment. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically, since he had seen the scene of Ling Xiao battling the 6 heroes of the demon race. He naturally knew that the young master of the Ling people's swordsmanship was unprecedented. However, he could not die. At the very least, he could not bear such injustice and die without knowing the truth. Ling Xiao, sooner or later, I will tear off your hypocritical mask. Lu Ming looked up to the sky and roared. He knew that no matter how he explained, it would be difficult for people to believe him. Suddenly, there was a dazzling light in his eyes. Gold, white, green, and black divine radiance alternated around him, and a myriad of divine shadows could be faintly seen circling the heavens and the earth. Buddhas, ancient immortals, sages, and devils were all present. They were either sitting cross-legged while chanting scriptures, looking down upon the heavens and the earth, or slaughtering all living beings. It was like a primordial immortal court that was mysterious and unfathomable. Given Lu Ming's ability, it was very difficult for him to block Ling Xiao's invincible sword aura. Furthermore, even if he had the slightest hesitation at this moment, he would die here today. Thousands of Buddhas and ghosts opened their eyes at the same time. Heaven and earth trembled. Lu Ming's gaze landed on a 7-colored mystic blade that shattered the void underworld. His figure stepped into it without hesitation, turning into ghost fog and disappearing. Boom! Sword radiance descended and minced the entire expanse of space into pieces. However, Ling Xiao's face was inexplicably gloomy. The entire Dao Mountain was silent. All the disciples of the clan looked at the sky with fear in their eyes. They looked at the young man who had merged with the night sky. Their lips trembled, but they did not know what to say. They had seen Lu Ming's mystical abilities earlier on. Buddhas and ghosts cultivated together, and both Taoists and Confucians worshipped him. What was the background of this young disciple from the Confucian Institute? Even Lord Ling Xiao could not stop him. Furthermore, that seven-colored ancient dagger could actually shatter the void and turn the heavens upside down? It was a supreme treasure that had surpassed the category of sacred weapons. However, how could a disciple of the Confucian Institute, a young man with no background, possess such heaven-defying creation talent? Ghost Clan. Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with vicissitudes of life. There was a sudden exclamation from the crowd. Gu Yuxiao's eyes trembled as he said hoarsely, "I remember now. When Lu Ming defeated me back then, the cultivation technique that he used was the seven-colored ancient dagger just now. I knew that the aura did not seem like the cultivation technique of the Confucian Institute. It had a sinister aura of the Ghost Clan." What? Ghost Clan? Upon hearing that, everyone's faces trembled even more. In particular, the sinister ghost fog that Lu Ming had cast just now made them understand many things in an instant. Ling Xiao's reputation was well known throughout the world. In fact, in the eyes of many human orthodoxies, this only young master of the Taigu Ling people in 100,000 years already had the aura of a human emperor. In less than 1,000 years, the heavens would usher in a great era of the human race. By then, regardless of whether it was the demon race, the Ghost Clan, or the World Lord Hall, they would most likely have to bear the fury of the human race that had been suppressed for 100,000 years. Therefore, the Ghost Clan had made a move at this moment to frame the young master and interrupt his providence. They might be able to change the situation of the human race. What a despicable method! Young master. Looking at the young man who had descended from the sky, Li Rulin's face trembled, and he suddenly bowed down. "It's all my fault for being blind and accepting an evil disciple wrongly. I caused the young master to be framed. Chief Li." Ling Xiao shook his head. His gaze was gentle but unusually resolute. "Chief, please don't say that. Now that the heavens are in chaos, demons and ghosts are running rampant. I'm afraid these two clans have been planning for this for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao looked at the crowd in the mountains. His sword aura fluctuated, and the heavens and earth could not block it. At this moment, he was standing under the bright moon and stars. His black robe was peerless, and his divine appearance was unparalleled. He was as domineering as an immortal. And the more it is like this, the more we humans have to stand firm and abide by our Tao heart. We must not be bewitched by demons and evil. Only when everyone is united can we take the initiative in this calamity. I, Ling Xiao, swear with my Tao heart today that I will not betray the common people for the rest of my life. I will not betray the righteousness in my heart. If I violate this oath, I will fall from the 9 heavens and be sacrificed to the immortals and Buddhas. Boom! Sword waves surged, and immortal light shone in all directions. Endless Tao rhymes stretched for thousands of miles, shocking everyone. At this moment, all the disciples' faces were filled with sincere shock and awe. Yes, chaos had arrived. In the last 100,000 years of the Azure Continent, no one would have thought that during this grand event of the human race, the Sky Demon would slaughter the outstanding talents of the current generation. The demon race would crush thousands of geniuses of the Azure Continent, and the Ghost Clan would frame the backbone of the human race. This was a provocation, a sign of the arrival of chaos. Demons and ghosts were dancing, and demons and ghosts were born. Fortunately, the human race had a young master named Xiao. He was righteous and suppressed the current generation. It was hard to imagine how cruel this chaotic world would be to the human race if this young master was not there. Not to mention that the Sky Demon was powerful since ancient times. Even if young master and young master Shui joined forces, they would not be able to defeat him. Just the 6 great youths of the demon race alone were enough to suppress the entire Azure Sky generation. What was there to say? Young master, righteous. Young master! The Green Mountain was lonely and the sky was mournful. Some geniuses lowered their heads with tears in their eyes. It turned out that there was no such thing as stability in this world. Someone had to bear the burden of sin, and one person could hold up the sky. Lord Ling Shao, unparalleled in the world. Countless geniuses raised their heads and looked at the young man who was walking slowly towards the mountain. At this moment, his body seemed to be emitting a dazzling light. The dazzling light dispelled the coldness of the night. However, the loneliness of walking alone with no one by his side made people's hearts ache. Young master, the moon is dim, and you are the dawn of the world. Chapter 1252. When the crowd in the mountains dispersed, a ray of clear light suddenly bloomed on a mountain peak in the middle of the academy. An elderly figure slowly appeared. He looked at the black-clothed young man who had disappeared into the distant mountains. There was not a trace of emotion on his face. Only that pair of eyes had Tao patterns. They were full of vicissitudes of life. It was as if the great Tao had been reincarnated. At the same time, thousands of miles away from the Tao Tian Academy, a figure descended from the sky. He was like a floating ghost fog, ethereal and illusory. At this moment, Lu Ming's face was still gloomy. Until now, he still could not figure out why Ling Shao wanted to scheme against him. Could it be that he knew something? After all, when Lu Ming wanted to prove himself in the martial arts competition of the 4 academies, he had displayed the rainbow divine dagger and revealed the aura of the ghost Buddha. Although he was confident that even the 4 academy masters would not be able to recognize the origin of this divine object, but at the thought of that handsome face, Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine. There was an indescribable fear. His scheming, his ruthlessness, and his hypocritical and unparalleled immortal face were like the deepest abyss in the 9 heavens. One look at him and he would be afraid of him. There are less than 2 years before the agreed date with Master. It seems that I have to find a place to stay during this period. I can't let the Ling people find me for the time being. Lu Ming turned his head and looked at the night sky in the distance. However, dark clouds gradually rose under the moon, covering the sky and the sun. It looked sinister and terrifying for no reason. Gradually, the silver moon seemed to be shrouded in scarlet. At first, it was just a wisp. Then it became as bright as the sky. Under the blood moon, a figure in black stepped down from the sky. It was dark all over. Before Lu Ming could react, the black figure stretched out his palm and transformed into a 10,000 feet tall statue. Vaguely, there seemed to be a demonic shadow that appeared to destroy the ancient times. However, there was not a trace of demonic nature around it. Damn it! Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Ghost fog rose around him. The rainbow divine dagger broke through the sky again, wanting to slash the sky and escape this place. However, at this moment, there seemed to be a clear glow in the sky. It transformed into an ancient array and directly imprisoned the entire world. At this moment, Lu Ming only felt endless fear. It was a kind of chill that penetrated his entire body. The auras of the ghost, Buddha, Taoist, and Confucian awakened at the same time and condensed into a boundary around him. It was dazzling and evil, and it gave off a feeling of invincibility. Boom! Above the void, a vast aura rippled out for thousands of miles. A terrifying spiritual opportunity seemed to be transmitted from the primordial times. The Milky Way fell from the sky, and millions of stars exploded at the same time. Boundless inscription Taoist, rhymes rose and fell unrestrainedly into a sea. They were densely packed and wanted to suppress the universe. Even though Lu Ming was confident that his cultivation technique was the best in the world, he still instinctively felt fearful at the sight of such a domineering figure. It was a fear that came from the depths of his heart. It was as if he had seen something ominous. It was too big. The difference was too great. If Lu Ming did not have a life-saving trump card in his hands, this attack alone would be enough to cause his Tao heart to collapse. Boom! The demonic shadow descended with a momentum that could shatter heaven and earth. The 4-style barrier didn't even last for a breath of time before it completely shattered. Lu Ming's face turned pale, and he retreated in a panic. However, he was still smashed by the demonic shadow, and half of his body was smashed. Puffed above the horizon, Ling Xiao descended from the sky and looked coldly at the young man who was struggling to get up from the ground. There wasn't a trace of emotion on his face. From the moment he saw Lu Ming, he didn't intend to let go of this leak. That was right. In this world, there were many destinies. However, there were differences between destinies. For some destinies, their talents were far more precious than the golden fingers that they controlled. For example, although Ling Tian and Ning Chuan also had heaven-defying trump cards that were far superior to their peers. However, what was truly worthy of Ling Xiao subduing them was their desire for power. It was an almost crazy and stubborn pursuit. As for Lu Ming, he didn't have a divine body or a bloodline. He merely relied on his cultivation technique and numinous treasure to become a destiny's body. It wasn't that this type of destinies couldn't reach the peak of Tao, but if I snatch this cultivation technique and numinous treasure, it will be mine. Damn. On Tao Mountain just now, everyone was watching. Even though Ling Xiao had many tricks up his sleeves, it was impossible for him to search Lu Ming's soul without anyone noticing. Therefore, he only left a mark on the latter's body, deliberately giving him a chance to escape. Ling Xiao. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with horror. He retreated in a hurry. Fresh blood dripped from his body, soaking the soil beneath him. Senior brother Lu, we meet again. Ling Xiao's expression was gentle as he sized up the young man in front of him. To be able to withstand his palm, this Lu Ming was indeed a destiny's person. However, be it the numinous treasure or the cultivation technique, someone must have passed it down. At this moment, Ling Xiao didn't kill him rashly because he wasn't sure if the powerful person who passed down the foundation to Lu Ming was actually with him. How did you find me? The excruciating pain all over Lu Ming's body made his expression look rather distorted. However, on his broken body, traces of golden black aura could be vaguely seen circulating. His vitality was surging and contained indestructibility. Does this have anything to do with anything? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. His gaze was extremely indifferent. Brother Lu, it's getting late. Why don't I give you a ride? Ling Xiao, you're the human emperor. What's the difference between your behavior and that of a demon? Lu Ming gritted his teeth fiercely. When he saw the sword aura surrounding Ling Xiao's body, a look of determination finally appeared on his face. Ling Xiao, do you really think I'm afraid of you? As soon as he finished speaking, there seemed to be thousands of ghostly patterns in his eyes. Even the aura on his body became inexplicably sinister. As expected, you still have a trump card. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. He wasn't the least bit surprised by this. Although Lu Ming's luck couldn't be compared to Gu Chaoxiai, Shuexian, and the rest, it was comparable to Zhang Jiuji and the rest. Even though Ling Xiao was now invincible in the Venerables and had many means, he still didn't dare to be careless. His existence was a setback and tribulation to the destinies of the destinies. Everyone knew that setbacks and tribulations were the driving force for these people to grow. In other words, Ling Xiao had killed the Son of Heaven to achieve his goal, and the Son of Heaven had to step on him in order to reach the peak of the world. This was a kind of game. The fair part was that the destinies of the destinies of the destinies of the heavens were protected by the providence of the heavens. As for Ling Xiao, he could tell the difference at a glance. Buzz. There were layers of ghost fog in the mountains and forests, a wave of soul fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate quietly filled the entire ancient array. At this moment, Lu Ming's shattered physical body was actually replaced by a kind of pitch-black and sinister soul light. At this moment, his eyes had also turned into 7 different colors. Ling Xiao, you should feel honored. You're the first person in the Azure world to see me cast this secret technique. Lu Ming lowered his head and looked at the palm that had regenerated. His tone was indifferent and low. In the next moment, he suddenly lifted his head. In his eyes there was a vast and mighty glow, flowing with supreme majesty that had experienced all of eternity. Ghost Appearance, Heavenly Law Su E. Chapter 1253. Buzz. In the starry sky, everything was gloomy. The blood moon and stars were hidden. Only a ghostly figure stood tall in the mountains and rivers, overlooking the common people. It was a tall white skeleton that was surrounded by a dark glow. In particular, there seemed to be 2 balls of hellfire dancing in its sunken eye sockets, exuding the eerie aura of a ghost mansion in hell. What was surprising was that although this ghostly figure looked eerie, there was a string of golden Buddha beads the size of a human head hanging around its neck, showing its Buddha nature. Buddha and ghost were integrated, and good and evil were intertwined. However, the ghost fog, Buddha glow, Tao runes, and Confucian aura were intertwined. The intertwined aura was extremely compatible, and there was no conflict at all. In front of it, Ling Zhao's figure seemed extremely small. However, there was still a touch of calmness on his face. Obviously, this was Lu Ming's true ability. Tao, Buddha, Confucian, and Ghost had integrated 4 legacies. In the entire Azure world, there were only a few people who could do this. Ling Xiao Dai. Lu Ming shouted and suddenly stepped out. Divine light flashed outside his body, deriving various Tao intents. For types of laws intertwined into a chain. One could imagine its power. Buzz. Suddenly, there was the sound of a sword whistling between heaven and earth. The ancient sword in Ling Zhao's hand slashed out, turning into 1,000 feet long sword glow, and his figure appeared about 10 feet in front of Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the entire world was shattered into pieces. Various laws and divine talismans appeared and collided. The originally peaceful ancient mountain and wild forest was almost instantly shattered into fine powder. Smoke and dust were everywhere, as if the world was being refined. In particular, the aura outside Lu Ming's body was as vast as a long river. The moment that black and evil ancient arm landed, it directly tore the space apart easily. Ghost image Tao kill! Accompanied by a furious roar, the 4-colored glow suddenly flourished outside Lu Ming's body. Beams of divine light pierced through the sky and turned into thousands of divine seals, shrouding Ling Zhao's figure like a curtain of rain. Buzz! However, before the divine seal could land, boundless sword intent rose from the heavens and the earth. It covered the sky and covered the earth as it slashed through everything. Heaven and earth trembled as numerous pitch-black and terrifying cracks appeared. Just as Lu Ming stretched out his palm and used the power of the ghost image to strike the fury seal toward Ling Xiao, a dragon shadow seemed to appear outside the teenager's body. The soaring cloud floated in the air and transformed into a dazzling golden dragon seal out of thin air, colliding with his ghost palm with a loud bang. Even though Lu Ming was extremely confident in his magical technique, there was still a look of intense horror on his face. At this moment, cracks suddenly appeared on the ghostly palm. It was a ghastly sight. You, how is this possible? Senior brother Lu, have a safe journey. Above the void, Ling Xiao walked over with a calm expression. Then his arm that was holding the sword suddenly shot out thousands of rays of immortal light. An indescribably vast sword aura suddenly descended from midair. It contained a terrifying aura that could annihilate the primordial era. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, the night sky was bright. Wherever the sword radiance passed, it was as if a river of stars had fallen, releasing boundless Taoist rhymes. Damn it! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The seals in his hands changed, and the divine light in his eyes was extremely deep and solid. Outside his body, the ghost image bone shadow suddenly lifted its head and looked at the sword radiance that was slashing down from the sky. The nether fire in its fierce eyes actually revealed some genuine fear. In the next moment, thousands of rays of light shot into the sky, and the ghost image left Lu Ming's body directly. With a heaven-suppressing aura, it collided directly with the sword radiance. Buddhas, ghost fog, sages, and Tao patterns evolved at the same time. The order flowed. The mountains and rivers were silent, and the heavenly Tao no longer existed. As for the originally evil and sinister white bone shadow, it actually began to grow flesh and blood and meridians the moment it soared into the sky. In a short moment, it actually transformed into a majestic ancient Buddha that stepped on the sky. Buddha's light shone brightly, and each step was a golden lotus. The ancient monk raised his palms, which were filled with Taoist rhymes, and directly grabbed the sword radiance. Rumble. The moment the two collided, it was as if billions of stars had suddenly shattered. Spirit power ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread in all directions, destroying everything. Within thousands of miles, the grass and trees withered and the forest collapsed. Heaven and earth were silent. Only the Buddha image stood tall in the void, its palms together, unmoving. It was just that. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression did not relax at all. Instead, it became increasingly grave and shocked. He could sense that the aura of the ancient Buddha was rapidly weakening at an extremely terrifying speed, until it collapsed from the middle. Ling Xiao stepped out, penetrating the Buddha radiance and crushing down from the sky. Divine power fluctuated, and heaven and earth reversed. At this moment, the power of heaven and earth gathered. The young man's body alone was heavier than a mountain, and his divine sun was surging. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's heart trembled, and the rays of light in his eyes suddenly intensified. An ancient dagger that shone with 7 colors suddenly appeared, and with lightning speed, it struck toward the young man's soul sea. Buzz! The moment the ancient dagger appeared, it directly shattered the sky. The 7 colored rays of light shone on everything, depriving everything of life. There was a sinister look on Lu Ming's face instantly. Even if Ling Xiao's sword momentum was omnipotent and immortals and Buddhas could not block it, his ancient dagger was an ancient, divine item. It could break everything and kill the soul. Its power was unparalleled. In fact, back then, the reason why his master had passed this dagger to him was to fill in the missing soul in his original life. After decades of nourishment, this dagger had almost become one with Lu Ming's soul. The soul dagger would follow his thoughts. Buzz, buzz. Looking at the 7-colored ancient dagger that flashed in front of him, Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold, but there was no change in his expression. Earlier, on Dao Mountain, Lu Ming had relied on this divine item to break through space and escape. However, since it was an item of the soul, it naturally did not pose much of a threat to Ling Xiao. Even if the divine power of this dagger had vaguely surpassed the scope of a sacred weapon, the 2 treasures in Ling Xiao's soul sea were sacred objects of the 9 heavens. Even if its power was damaged now, it was not something that this spiritual treasure in the mortal world could contend with. Boom! Just as Lu Ming's eyes were filled with sarcasm as he watched the colorful dagger tear through space and appear in front of Ling Xiao's glabella, the expression on his face froze once again. At this moment, he could see a wisp of ancient black light quietly blooming in front of the ancient dagger. The purplish-black lines between Ling Xiao's glabella slowly spread out like a heavenly eye, revealing endless wonders. The immortal lines lingered, the Tao mechanism flourished, and a wisp of primordial aura quietly awakened. There was a purple aura that rose 90,000 miles in the east, and chaos was born. The immortal light was sparkling and bright. This kind of power was extremely mysterious, far more vast than the Tao of Heaven's secret. At this moment, the 7-colored ancient dagger actually emitted an ear-piercing low sound, as if it wanted to struggle. In the end, it was suppressed by the immortal lines and stopped 3 feet away from Ling Xiao's glabella. How is this possible? Lu Ming's body trembled, and he felt as if his entire body was wrapped in ice. He only felt endless fear and shock. How was this possible? This Shiwu divine dagger was an immortal ancient treasure that even his master could not comprehend. How did Ling Xiao suppress it with one look? Chapter 1254. Buzz. Above the void, Ling Xiao stretched out his palm. There seemed to be thousands of divine runes in his palm, surrounded by dense mist. Then he held the colorful ancient dagger in his hand, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, this ancient dagger should be the golden finger of this son of destiny in front of him. It could destroy everything and destroy one's soul. This kind of spirit treasure had already surpassed the grade limit and was a rare treasure. Its power might not be as vast as the immortal fiend Ancient Bell, which could suppress an entire world. However, against ordinary enemies, this dagger could be said to be invincible. The void vibrated. Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted from the ancient dagger, as if it was trying to break free from Ling Xiao's control. 7-colored mist gushed out, auspicious. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Even with his strong physical body, he still felt tremendous pressure at this time. How dare a spirit treasure go against me? Accompanied by a cold shout, a soul light suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. Like two huge stars, they were shining together. In one of his eyes, a clear light flowed and an ancient talisman appeared. In the other eye, there was an ancient black stone with an ancient aura. With the appearance of these two items, the ancient dagger suddenly let out an ear-piercing scream. Then it gradually calmed down under the suppression of the two great divine powers. With a thought, Ling Xiao kept the ancient dagger in his soul sea. No, no! In the ancient forest, Lu Ming looked dazed, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, before he could react from the shock, he saw the young man above his head suddenly raise his palm and press down. Purple mist spewed out, and chaos was restored. 100 feet palm fell from the sky, as if it had sealed the world and overturned the mountains and seas. It did not give Lu Ming any chance to escape at all and suppressed him to the ground. In the forest, gullies crisscrossed and were extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao's figure walked over slowly and stood in front of the forest, looking at the young man who was lying on the ground in a bloody mess. At that moment, Lu Ming was still alive. However, what surprised Ling Xiao was that the senior expert who had imparted him cultivation techniques and divine treasures did not seem to be in his Qinquan ring. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and walked slowly toward Lu Ming. At that moment, the latter's body and bones had already been shattered. However, the shock in his eyes was truly extremely sinister. "Why, Pucci?" Ling Xiao lifted his leg and crushed Lu Ming's head. The soul power in his eyes surged and devoured Lu Ming's soul and memory instantly. Beep! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Child of Destiny. You have gained 9,000 luck points and 90,000 villain points. Beep! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Son of Destiny. The host has received an additional reward. Chaos Divine Formula, able to fuse all techniques and forge a supreme Taoist foundation. Beep! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Child of Destiny. The host has received an additional reward. Destiny Forging Value, 1% total, 61%. Primal Chaos Divine Formula? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, and the demonic patterns in his eyes bloomed. Right now, his physical body was truly unique in the 9 heavens. Be it the 9 transformations demon body or the 3,000 sword bones, they could be said to be the best in the world. Once he forged these 2 divine bodies to the extreme, his physical body would be invincible in the world. There was no need to talk about his soul. With the great primordium divine talisman and the ancient Panga stone to suppress his soul sea, not to mention the sage realm and the supreme martial artist, even the real top people in this world would definitely die if they barged in rashly. Right now, he had obtained Lu Ming's trump card, the Void Divine Dagger. It was equivalent to having an additional killing treasure. it would be even more difficult for people of this generation to contend with him. The Chaos Divine formula could fuse all techniques in the world and become one of a kind. In this way, it was a perfect complement. Interesting. A colorful glow quietly bloomed in Ling Xiao's eyes. The Void Divine dagger suddenly floated in the air and quietly hovered in front of him. Right now, the soul consciousness in the ancient dagger had already been erased by Ling Xiao. With Lu Ming's death, the remaining obsession in the dagger would also completely dissipate. It was just that. The origin of this ancient dagger was quite mysterious. In Lu Ming's memory, Ling Xiao could see that the cultivation technique he cultivated was called the Four Phases Limitless. It had no grade and was created by a strange person. This person was called Kong Xian. He was Lu Ming's first master. His background was unknown, and he did not care about his appearance. In Lu Ming's memory, this person originally lived in seclusion in the barren mountains outside the village where he lived and was treated as a lunatic by the villagers. It was also him who imparted the Void Divine Dagger to Lu Ming, allowing his congenital incomplete soul to be repaired. That's right, the routine was still the same. An orphan with an incomplete soul and a pitiful background. However, his master, Lu Ming, was not like the old grandpas in the ordinary rings who stayed by his side and helped him to act cool and grow. Instead, after imparting the Four Phases Limitless Divine Technique and the Void Divine Dagger to him, he mysteriously disappeared. It was just that before he left, he taught Lu Ming to cultivate the Buddhist, Confucian, and Ghost Tao. Kong Xian had passed down the Buddhist and Ghost Tao, while Lu Ming had learned the Confucian and Confucian cultivation techniques in the past 200 years when he joined the sect. The two of them had a promise to meet in the easternmost part of the Azure continent 200 years later. It was just that the meeting place was quite interesting. It was in the holy land of the Ghost Clan, the Hades Emperor Mountain. Back then, the Realm Lord dominated the Azure continent and expelled the Demon, Ghost, Buddha, and Shenyuan clans. The Demon, Buddha, and Shenyuan clans still had some freedom. Only the Ghost clan was not expelled. Instead, they were sealed in the easternmost part. 100,000 years had passed. Perhaps the seal was broken. There was once a third successor of the Ghost clan who concealed his identity and appeared in the Azure continent. In the end, he was chased by Xia Qin for thousands of miles and was killed at the easternmost border. That was how the latter became known as the Killer Emperor. However, from Lu Ming's memory, Ling Xiao could tell that this master of his was not a member of the Ghost clan. It was just that the cultivation technique that he cultivated was rather strange. Given the enmity between the Ghost clan and the Human clan, how did he get to the Hades Emperor Mountain? Moreover, why did he ask Lu Ming to go to the Hades Emperor Mountain to meet him 200 years later? Inexplicably, Ling Xiao could sense an extremely complicated conspiracy. It was very obvious that Kong Xian must be hiding a shocking secret. Interesting. Ling Xiao lifted his head and looked at the divine sun that was gradually rising from the mountain peak in the distance. There was a faint smile on his face. Since Lu Ming had been severed, it was time to deal with the two little leaks in the Dao Tian Academy. In particular, Yang Yuan. As long as he could successfully find the reincarnation heavenly abode, he would have basically exhausted all his energy. It was time for him to comprehend the true meaning of reincarnation. On the other hand, if Xia Jiming had the backing of a powerful cultivator from the Godslayer Palace, then the role of this daughter of Providence would not be as simple as that of a treasure-hunting mouse. After all, back then, Qingyang and Qi Luo had joined forces to frame Xia Qin to obtain the position of the Killer Emperor. What Ling Xiao wanted to do was to help Xia Jiming uncover this past and use her as an opportunity to take control of this palace. Back then, when Gu Chaoxiai was attacked by an assassin, Ghost Shadow had investigated along the way and eventually found a supreme, powerful cultivator from this palace. However, the Godslayer Palace had always been mysterious and had nothing to do with the immortal phoenix. There was no need for them to go through so much trouble to kill a current sequence. Therefore, their real target was not Gu Chaosai, but most likely Ling Xiao. This time, Ling Xiao wanted to see who was the one who could no longer suppress the greed in their hearts. Chapter 1255. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, the entire Daotian Academy had fallen into an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Wu Lei's death was a huge blow to the group of Azure Sky monsters. No one had expected that one of the top 100 human talents would be so weak. Not only was he easily suppressed by the demon race, but he was also easily killed by the ghost race's spy. In comparison, although the human race had occupied Azure Sky for 100,000 years and seemed to have a strong foundation, their talents and means were still weak and laughable. Young Master, today is the day of the Academy Master's lecture. In the backyard of Dao Mountain, Xianyuan Weiyang held her cheeks with both hands, her bright eyes flickering as she looked at the young man who was drinking tea with his head lowered. For some reason, she felt that the young master in front of her seemed to be different from usual. It was just that she could not explain the difference. Anyway, it was a very strange feeling. Oh. Ling Xiao put down his teacup and looked toward the center of Dao Mountain. A wisp of purple aura appeared in his eyes. Finally, after waiting for a few days, the banquet had finally arrived. Ever since Wu Lei was killed, he had never appeared on Dao Mountain again. The originally noisy Daotian Academy seemed to have suddenly quietened down. If this young man who had just become the #1 in the academy was really a spy of the ghost race, then it was very likely that this chaotic world was far more complicated and turbulent than what people imagined. 100,000 years ago, in the Azure Sky world, demons, ghosts, and human immortals fought each other. In the end, the Realm Master ascended to the top and suppressed all races. Now the Sky Demon had appeared and both ghosts and demons had appeared. The luck of heaven and earth did not seem to be above that of the human race. Let's go. Ling Xiao turned his head and took a deep look at Xianyuan Weiyang before walking down the mountain. At the same time, in the Golden Palace in the depths of Dao Mountain, boundless multicolored light turned into clouds, enveloping the entire Dao Mountain. Auspicious signs hung in the air, exuding a spiritual aura that made one's heart tremble. In front of the main hall, countless disciples had already gathered. Their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation as they looked in the direction of the main hall. At this moment, a golden treasure platform stood tall in the main hall. Around the treasured platform were 10 seats, all of which were made of spiritual jade. They shone brilliantly and exuded a flourishing charm. It was obvious that these 10 seats were prepared for the human clan monsters who had left their names on the divine steel. There were also countless tables scattered around the ancient palace. However, their positions were slightly further back, and there were a total of 1,000 of them. Of course, to most of the young disciples in the Azure Sky world, being able to enter this lecture hall was already a great honor. Paying homage to Lord Daotian and listening to his preaching was the greatest fortune of this trip. Very quickly, the ancient palace was filled with people, until Ling Xiao's figure appeared in the square in front of the palace. The originally noisy square suddenly quieted down. Immediately after, tens of thousands of geniuses bowed at the same time towards the black-robed young man. "Greetings, young master." Ling Xiao's expression was gentle as he lightly nodded. He directly passed through the crowd and walked to the golden platform before sitting down cross-legged on the spot. Beside him, Yao Guang's eyes were indifferent as he occupied one of the 10 seats next to Ling Xiao. However, Xianyuan Weiyang seemed to be a little hesitant. It was only when she saw the trace of a smile in Ling Xiao's eyes that she gritted her teeth and sat next to her young master. Seeing this scene, no one had the slightest objection. After all, the 3 people in front of them were the true elites of the Azure Sky world. Of course, even if the 2 people beside Lord Ling Xiao today were pigs, if young master felt that they should occupy a seat, naturally no one would dare to object, because young master was worth it. At the same time, outside the main hall, Two figures were hidden in the crowd. Both of them had a sneaky look on their faces. The lecture of the mansion master was a great fortune for any young person. However, compared to this fortune, Yang Yuan and Zhang Juji were naturally more concerned about the two unique fortunes hidden in the depths of the academy that no one knew about. The Sky Demon's treasure, the secret key to the heaven's sanctum. Success or failure depended on this. Junior sister Xia, this time, I'll leave it to you. On one side of the square, Yang Yuan took a deep breath and turned to look at Xia Jiming. In the past 2 days, he had already found out that the guards of the scripture depository were the most lax today. When the mansion master appeared, regardless of whether it was the academy's disciples or elders, they would all come here to listen to his teachings. Only one elder was left to guard the scripture depository. It was no different from a fool's dream if he wanted to deal with a sage stage elder with his own strength. Therefore, he needed a bait to be responsible for luring that elder away. As for whether he could successfully enter the scripture depository, Yang Yuan was more or less nervous at this time. However, he was determined to obtain the reincarnation divine abode. The key to open the heaven sanctum was now in front of him, and he definitely could not miss this opportunity. Later, as long as the mansion master appeared, he would have to make his move. On the other side, Zhang Juji, who was dressed in a green robe, looked coldly at the 10 seats in the ancient hall. All eyes were on him. He should have had a share of this honor. However, he had a bad start and turned into a demon midway. Now he had concealed his identity and changed his appearance, hiding in the dark like a real demon. This feeling made Zhang Juji extremely depressed, and the hatred he had for Hua Mingxi in his heart grew even stronger. If his second senior sister had not tricked him into going to the Spirit Creek Valley, he would not have died. If that was the case, Yin Yu would not have killed everyone to save him. Now, it seemed that getting rid of the demon name was not something that could be done overnight. Just as Yin Yu said, in this world, strength was the only criterion to distinguish between good and evil. If the Sky Demon had won 190,000 years ago, then the immortal clan today would not be tolerated by the world. Huff! Zhang Juji took a deep breath and suppressed all the anger in his heart. In the end, what he was plotting now was still a narrow escape. Once his whereabouts were exposed, this Dao Mountain would be his burial ground. However, the Sky Demon's treasure was not something Zhang Juji could resist. Even Ling Xiao, the young master of the primordial clan, would be tempted, right? Originally, Zhang Juji was still worried that Dao Wuya was cultivating in seclusion in the divine cave. If the two of them met, they would attract a lot of attention. But Dao Wuya had been severely injured by the demon clan that day. He was probably still lying in bed. What was there to say? The opportunity was with him. But just as Zhang Juji took a step and quietly walked toward the edge of the square, his expression suddenly froze. He could see that among the crowd, Yang Yuan and Xia Jiming were also hiding their tracks, trying to leave this place. Coincidentally, their gazes also landed on him. Inexplicably, their eyes trembled. They pretended to look elsewhere as if nothing had happened and returned to the square. It seemed like they had met a competitor. But Brother Yang, I've let you act all by yourself recently. This time, I, Zhang Juji, will not let you. Chapter 1256. Buzz. A buzzing sound suddenly resounded from the depths of Dao Mountain. Golden lotuses of the great Dao began to bloom in the blue sky, covering the sky and the sun. The terrifying Dao essence evolved into divine light, illuminating the sky in 5 colors. Auspicious beasts roared, and divine birds soared into the sky. As the celestial radiance surged, a figure in an ink-green robe slowly walked over from the clouds. His hair was white, and his expression was hale and hearty. His straight back and the gentleness on his face made people feel awe and admiration. Lord of Dao Heaven Prefecture, a saint of the human race. In the past 100,000 years, he was probably the only one who could be said to be respected by the world. Immediately, cheers filled the entire mountain of Taoism. All the disciples and elders of the academy stood up and bowed towards the old man. "Greetings, Prefecture Lord." Even Ling Shao stood up with the others. His expression was gentle, and he smiled calmly. "It's here." Ever since he knew that the Daotian Academy had a demonic bone sealed in it, he had been paying attention to the news of the master of the academy. The original name of the Dao Heaven Prefecture, Lord, had long been forgotten by the world. 100,000 years ago, the realm Lord dominated the world. At that time, the Dao Heaven Prefecture Lord was already the top of the human race. However, at the time of danger, the Dao Heaven Prefecture Lord sealed himself and stood alone, not participating in the dispute. After the realm Lord took control of the world, perhaps because he was worried about the faith of the human race, he did not attack the human race's sacred ground. Later, the Dao Heaven Prefecture Lord appeared to preach the scriptures, with the goal of continuing the bloodline of the human race. He reopened the academy and recruited disciples. The Realm Lord Palace saw all of this, but still did not interfere. Was this reasonable? Even if the Realm Lord was a genius, he probably would not allow the human race to flourish and grow. However, in the past 100,000 years, the Daotian Academy prospered day by day, and it gradually became the true sacred ground in the hearts of the human race. However, the Realm Lord Palace stood alone and did not care about it. Moreover, more importantly, this sect recruited countless disciples, but there was no lower realm to control them. Then, where did their cultivation resources come from? From the very beginning, Ling Shao had guessed that this academy was most likely related to the Realm Lord Palace. If he could recruit all the heroes in the world, leave his name on the Dao Steel and the Wall of Illusions, wouldn't he be able to better control every era? Very good. Every time I see my Qing Song youth brimming with vitality, this old man feels deeply gratified. Dao Heaven Manor, Lord's eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. When he opened and closed them, clear light seemed to overflow and time seemed to flow backward. Endless Taoist rhymes spread out, and an entire scripture lecture hall. Many immortal shadows suddenly descended. They either bowed their heads and drank tea, or held a scroll and recited softly. The celestial sounds of the Tao lingered in his ears, and the rainbow-colored auspicious signs formed a winding pattern. In just one breath's time, everyone felt their Taoist hearts flutter, and the spiritual power and bloodline in their bodies showed signs of boiling. A miracle. This is simply a miracle. As expected of the Manor Lord, he has his own Taoist rhyme. Countless geniuses knelt on the ground devoutly and worshipped him. On the other hand, Ling Shao looked at the old man who fell from the sky with interest, his eyes full of playfulness. Although he didn't know how the Manor Lord Daotian had set up such a Taoist, rhyme-divine opportunity. However, it was obvious that such a rich and surging spiritual opportunity was not something that a person without a sacred body would naturally possess. In other words, the Manor Lord Daotian was deliberately mystifying things. Young friends, the Manor Lord Daotian sat cross-legged on the golden platform, looking gentle. At this moment, his gaze also swept past everyone and finally landed on Ling Shao. Today, this old man will talk about the Tao Academy's classic, the Taiyan Tao scripture. What? Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked and incredulous. Everyone knew that the Taiyan Tao scripture was a classic passed down in the Tao Academy, the head of the 4 academies. Even Tao Wei cultivated the same technique. In fact, even Dao Shinji had a helpless and bitter expression on his face. Manor Lord, this is how you are, daring to sacrifice your life for the human race. In this old man's eyes, all cultivation techniques in this world must be cultivated by someone in order to pass down their essence. If a person is strong, he can only protect his descendants. At most, he can protect a part of the world. The Manor Lord Daotian smiled faintly, his eyes filled with vicissitudes of life. Only when a race is strong can it prosper and reign supreme in the 9 heavens. Boom! Hearing this, The entire lecture hall suddenly surged with spiritual might, and divine light shone brightly. Everyone looked at the white-haired old man with a gentle expression in shock. Their lips trembled, and they were filled with reverence. Did you see that? This was the true saint of the human race. Everything he thought about was for the sake of the human race. That's right. If the human race had such strength of character 100,000 years ago, they would not have lost the providence of heaven and earth and become the immortals' lackeys. It seemed like the races in the four extremities had lost their ancestral lands, but they did not lose their faith. No wonder. Even if these races were located in a corner of the Azure world, their current generation could still suppress the human race. It turned out that they had an obsession in their hearts and were protected by the providence of heaven. In the entire Azure world, only the Dao Tian Academy and the Taigu Ling people had not lowered their heads to the Realm Lord Hall. Even those hidden ancient races had shown their loyalty back then. That was why they could continue their bloodline and live in seclusion. Oh, no wonder the Lord Ling Xiao was so talented. Ling people's bloodline continued to be passed down and stood proudly in the 9 heavens. The heavenly Tao favored these people after all. However, at this moment, looking at the sanctimonious old man in front of him, Ling Xiao's face was solemn and serious, but he was already sneering in his heart. If it were not for the fact that this old man did not have any providence, he would have suspected that this manor lord had also transmigrated back. This method of feeding chicken soup was simply too easy. First, he would set an example and let everyone relax with righteousness. In this way, wouldn't it be logical for him to leave his name, image, and cultivation technique? At this moment, Ling Xiao increasingly felt that this old man's plan was not simple. If he did not collect the scriptures of thousands of races for his own sake, then there was only one possibility. This human saint was a pawn in someone else's hands. The Realm Lord? Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. What exactly was this missing Sector Lord plotting? If the Dao Heaven Manor Lord was really a pawn of the Realm Lord, then this game of chess could be traced back to 100,000 years ago. Such a person's style was indeed frightening. Moreover, the current Realm Lord was hiding in the dark, or perhaps one of the living beings, overlooking the world's situation. Success leads to retreating. This is the heavenly Tao. Tai Yin does not strive. Success in the Tao is achieved by saints. Success leads to failure, and it does not wish to see saints. The Tao Heaven Manor Lord smiled faintly and waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, golden light shot out from the top of the ancient palace, forming densely packed divine runes. It was like an ancient scripture that spread out in front of everyone's eyes. The Taiyan Dao scripture. The Tao Heaven Manor Lord had actually taken out this academy's scripture inheritance. For a moment, countless geniuses looked solemn, and they secretly blamed themselves. It turned out that they really did not understand the word righteousness well enough. Chapter 1257. In the center of Dao Mountain, there were many golden palaces. However, compared to before, these halls were cold and desolate at this moment, and not a single sound could be heard. The appearance of the Mansion Master was not only a great event for the Azure world, but also for the Dao Tian Academy. Therefore, all the elders and disciples had already gathered in the lecture hall to listen to the saint's lecture. At this time, in front of one of the ancient palaces, Xia Jiming and Yang Yuan stood side by side, coldly looking at a 9-story building in the distance. After a few days of investigation, he found that this building was the only sutra depository in the Dao Tian Academy. The opportunity to open the Reincarnation Divine Palace that the senior mentioned was most likely in this building. Junior sister, everything is according to plan. I will do it as soon as possible. Yang Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes extremely solemn. Originally, he was still thinking about how to lure away the Saint Stage elder guarding the Sutra depository. However, a few days ago, Xia Jiming took the initiative to offer a plan, saying that she had a treasure given to her by her master that could trap a Saint Stage expert. In this way, the reincarnation divine palace would be easily obtained. From the beginning, Yang Yuan knew that Xia Jiming's master had a mysterious origin and a terrifying cultivation. Even the Lord of the Void was quite respectful to him. He naturally had no doubts about Xia Jiming's methods. However, Jiming's cultivation, after all, was only in the venerable realm. Even if the spiritual treasure in her hand was terrifying, it was still a great risk to deal with a saint stage expert. Junior sister Xia, this kindness, Yang Yuan will remember in his heart. Xia Jiming nodded indifferently and strode toward the sutra depository. Behind her, Yang Yuan's mouth trembled slightly. He seemed to have mustered up his courage and suddenly said in a deep voice, "Jiming, wait for me." Got it. But before Yang Yuan finished speaking, Xia Jiming had already waved her hand impatiently and disappeared into the distance. Yang Yuan was stunned for a moment before he shook his head bitterly. Has it already reached such a stage? It seemed like he already had a tacit understanding with junior sister, although her voice was cold, who in the entire Azure continent would be willing to risk their lives to pave the way for Yang Yuan. Junior sister, even if you already understand my thoughts, I still want to tell you loudly that you have always lived in my heart. There are too many concerns that are hard to part with and hard to forget. My heart aches for you. That's why I chose not to give up and not to admit defeat. Don't cry. I will cherish you for the rest of my life. Until... Xia Jiming hurriedly descended from the sky and stood in front of the scripture depository, shouting loudly, "Elder! Elder!" Buzz. Suddenly, an old man slowly walked out from the pavilion. His eyes were cold as he looked at the girl in front of him. "Who are you?" "Elder, this is bad. My senior brother has fallen into a state of cultivation. Elder, please save my senior brother." Fallen into a state of cultivation. The saint stage elder furrowed his brows tightly. Currently, all the elders and experts of the entire Daotian Academy had already arrived at the scripture lecture hall. Only he and a few guardian elders remained in the vast academy. It was reasonable for this young girl to come here. "Where is your senior brother?" "On the cliff in front." Xia Jiming turned her head and looked at the mountain peak in the distance. "Elder, please save my senior brother. He is an orphan. Let's go." Seeing Xia Jiming's teary eyes, the Sage Realm elder didn't suspect her. This was the Daotian Academy. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to deceive him here. Moreover, this scripture depository was sealed by the array formation, personally set up by the array formation master. Not to mention a venerable realm disciple. Even a venerable realm expert wouldn't be able to leave silently. As long as there was a trace of movement here, the other elders of the academy would definitely notice. Now that the academy master had appeared to give a lecture, he wouldn't allow anything to disrupt this grand event. "Elder, this way." Hearing this, a trace of joy appeared on Xia Jiming's face. The Sage Realm elder waved his hand and set up an array formation seal, enveloping the entire scripture depository. Only then did he follow Xia Jiming to the distant mountain. Seeing this scene, Yang Yuan's face suddenly revealed a smile. Although the fluctuations of this array formation looked extremely terrifying, he was already prepared. Or rather, his junior sister was already prepared. Yang Yuan lowered his head and looked at the bright golden talisman in his hand. The corners of his mouth curled up into a bright smile. This divine talisman was also given to him by his junior sister. It could be used to break the array formation. Inexplicably, Yang Yuan's heart became more and more moved. Did you see that? Finding a good Tao companion was such a fortunate thing on the path of immortality. Especially, this Tao companion was also a rich woman. Suddenly, a scene appeared in front of Yang Yuan's eyes. The scene of Ling Xiao and Gu Chaoxiai reaching the peak of the divine Tao was really shocking. As a result, a trace of longing was engraved in the hearts of the younger generation of Qing Song. In the past, the Qing 10,000 sects all believed in the great Tao of ruthlessness. But now they found another interesting path to immortality, entering the Tao with emotions and urging them to move forward. In this way, if one's Tao heart was different, how could one reach the peak of the world? Naturally, Ling Xiao's goal would be achieved. There were many ways to shatter one's Tao heart. One of them was called subtle influence. Huff! Yang Yuan took a deep breath and did not dare to hesitate. He sneakily walked to the scripture depository and imprinted the golden talisman in his hand on it. Buzz! A trace of ripple quietly spread out, and a corner of the ancient array formation suddenly collapsed. Yang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. After looking around and confirming that there was no one else, he flashed into the scripture depository. However, the moment he appeared in the scripture depository, he suddenly realized that the golden talisman in his hand had lost all its spiritual light and had no trace of power, and the ancient array formation in front of him seemed to be particularly dazzling. What? It seemed to be like catching a turtle in a jar, wasn't it? Yang Yuan's eyes trembled slightly. He looked at the talisman in his hand and then looked at the ancient array in front of him. He felt that something was not right. Forget it. Since he was already here, he should find the ancient scripture first. Perhaps Junior's sister had other talismans that could save him. With that thought, Yang Yuan did not hesitate anymore. He turned around and walked into the depths of the scripture depository. At the same time, in a corner of the Tao Mountain, the sage state elder was following behind Xia Jiming all the way to Lin Shen's place. His face gradually turned gloomy. "Little girl, where is your senior brother?" "Elder, he's right in front." Xia Jiming turned her head and flashed a bright smile at the sage elder. Then, before the latter could react, he felt a gust of wind coming from behind him. Without the slightest hesitation, a punch directly pierced through his flesh and organs. The sage state elder's face was dazed. He lowered his head and looked at the fist print that went through his body. His lips trembled slightly, but in the end he could not make a sound. Above the ancient forest, a black-robed figure floated down. He waved his hand and put the black-robed puppet behind the sage state elder into his realm. Then he looked at the girl in front of the forest. "You did well." Chapter 1258. Thank you, young master. This is what I should do. Xia Jiming pursed her red lips and bowed her head in fear. Originally, she hated Ling Xiao to the core. After all, it was this young man who had made her a sole slave and lost her freedom. However, as time passed, and after seeing Ling Xiao's terrifying cultivation, she gradually realized that her hatred for him had inexplicably disappeared. Now, what she desired was not freedom, but a chance to stand side by side with him. He was powerful, handsome, and had a supreme background. Even being his servant was probably the dream of countless girls in the Azure continent. It seemed that she had accidentally reached the peak of her life. "How's the matter that I asked you to do?" Ling Xiao looked indifferent as he turned to look at the depths of the academy. Now that the mansion master was giving a lecture, he had left the Taoist body behind to confuse the people. However, once he took the demonic bone, the mansion master would inevitably detect it. Ling Xiao didn't believe that a heavenly sovereign who had lived for 100,000 years wouldn't have done something to the sealed item. Of course, the reason why Ling Xiao had thrown Zhang Jiuji and Yang Yuan into this trap was that he hoped to use their providence to deceive the mansion master. However, it was still not enough. It was far from enough. Ling Xiao needed someone, an expert who had nothing to do with him, to complete this trap. It was obvious that Xia Jiming's master was a reclusive expert. Moreover, this person's background was more or less related to the killing shrine and Xiaqin. Even if his cultivation was not enough to fight against the mansion master, as long as he could buy some time, it would be enough for Zhang Jiuji and the others to escape. This script was not in the plot development of the 2 leaks. Therefore, the so-called life-saving variable did not exist. However, it did not matter. The variable was with him. As for the talisman in Yang Yuan's hand, Ling Xiao had naturally given it to Xia Zhiming in advance. Otherwise, was it reasonable to expect an Empyrean to open the scripture depository of a force that had been passed down for 100,000 years? Young master, don't worry. I sent a message to Master the day before yesterday, asking him to meet me and Yang Yuan at the foot of the Dao Mountain. A complicated look flickered in Xia Zhiming's eyes. To be honest, she didn't have the slightest bit of resistance towards the young master plotting against Yang Yuan. After all, during this period of time, she had indeed had enough of this senior brother's words and actions. However, her master's kindness to her was as great as a mountain. Now that she had tricked her master to come here, she felt somewhat guilty. I know what you're thinking. Ling Xiao lowered his head and looked coldly at the young girl in front of him. This master of yours should be hiding a lot of things from you. Don't worry, after this matter is done, I will help you figure out your background. Young master. All right, you stay here and wait for my voice transmission. If you do this, Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to Xia Zhiming through his divine soul. Then he took out a talisman and handed it to the young girl. The reason he trapped Yang Yuan in the scripture depository was, of course, not for fun, but to completely control the time when this chosen one would be exposed. When he found the location of the demonic bone, the entire Daotian Academy would know that someone had trespassed into the scripture depository and killed the guardian elder. With Xia Zhiming's master as the scapegoat, no one would suspect how this Empyrean elder died in the hands of two Empyrean realm cultivators. Thus it was flawless. Yes. Xia Zhiming's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She felt more and more respect for this young master's scheming. He used the common people as chess pieces and played with them. However, the common people looked at him as if he was a god. He was bright, and unique in the 9 heavens. Buzz. Ling Xiao took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. Calculating the time, Zhang Juji should have arrived at the Saint Peak Divine Cave. Thus, he only needed to follow the good fortune Saint Physique and let him break through all obstacles to find the demonic bone. Ling Xiao only needed to stop him at the critical moment. What? You suspect that I will take advantage of the situation? F***CK. I, Ling Xiao, am the light of the righteous path. I just can't bear to see a good young man fall into the demonic path. Listen to me, I'll take care of this infamy. Boom! Inside the scripture depository, Taoist rhymes circulated. On the golden platform, boundless divine elephants rose and fell like waves, and they washed the Tao hearts and souls of the azure sky geniuses. The closer the seats were to the golden platform, the richer the Taoist rhymes they bathed in. This was the reason why everyone fought for it. Little friends, have you comprehended anything? The Lord of Daotian Academy nodded and chuckled. At this moment, all the disciples bowed to thank the saint for his kindness. The Great Way Sutra focuses on the creation of all things. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets endless. Today, I will talk about the Great Way. You can comprehend it and cultivate yourselves. If you have any questions, you can come up to the platform and discuss it. Seeing that no one came up to the platform, the Lord of Daotian Academy shook his head and smiled. With the strength of these young people, how could they dare to discuss the Tao with him, a heavenly supreme and a human saint? If not this lecture, Lord. But just as the Lord of Daotian Academy stood up and was about to leave the lecture hall, he heard a faint laugh from one of the 10 seats. Everyone became stunned when they heard that voice. Turning around, they saw a black-clothed figure suddenly stand up and walk toward the Lord of the Tao Heaven Manor. It's Lord Ling Xiao. Lord Ling Xiao is going to discuss the Tao with the Lord of Daotian Academy? This is the discussion of the Tao between 2 generations of the human tribe. It's a great opportunity. When Ling Xiao stepped onto the golden platform and bowed to the Lord of Daotian Academy, the entire lecture hall burst into an uproar. In fact, at this moment, even the geniuses outside the hall were filled with shock and anticipation. The Lord of Dao Tian Academy's lecture was a great opportunity. However, the lecture and the deduction were two completely different things. Ling Xiao's talent was unique in the world. To the people of Qing Song's generation, it was a great opportunity for him to discuss the Tao with the Lord of Dao Tian Academy. Young Lord, are you going to discuss the Tao with me? The Lord of Dao Tian Academy smiled warmly. Clear light flowed around him. After listening to the Lord of Dao Tian Academy's lecture, Ling Xiao gained some enlightenment. I might as well discuss the Tao with you and enlighten my Tao heart. Ling Xiao smiled brightly and sat in front of the Lord of Dao Tian Academy. Purple light flowed in his eyes. It was like the immortal will of the primordial world. It was miraculous and unparalleled. Since young Lord has such thoughts, I will gladly oblige. The Lord of Dao Tian Academy nodded slightly. His expression suddenly turned serious. Young Lord, please. Ling Xiao should not challenge the Lord of Dao Tian Academy. However, today I am discussing the Tao with you. Firstly, it is to clear my doubts. Secondly, it is to clear the doubts of the people. Please do not show any mercy. All right. Young Lord's righteousness is the key to the revival of the human tribe. Today, I will discuss the Tao with you and leave my name in Qing Song. The Lord of Dao Tian Academy suddenly stood up. He bowed to Ling Xiao with the dignity of a saint. Boom! The lecture hall suddenly fell into a dead silence. Then the crowd exclaimed in admiration. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with respect. Instead, they looked at him with deep love. The young lord was unparalleled. Chapter 1259. Buzz! There was an uproar in the lecture hall. Everyone looked at the two figures standing opposite each other, and their eyes were filled with heartfelt admiration. Just now, when Daotian Prefecture Lord bowed, it was an indescribably dreamy and shocking scene. The master's righteousness had been acknowledged by the master. Everyone seemed to see a kind of inheritance from the two of them. It was about the strength of the human race, or rather, the righteousness of the human race. Young master, I will suppress my cultivation to the first level of the honorable realm and spar with you using the Taiyan Tao scripture. Master, please. Ling Xiao smiled warmly, but his eyes were filled with complicated emotions as he looked at the master of Daotian Mansion. To be honest, the old man's acknowledgement was a kind of help to Ling Xiao. After all, his position in the hearts of the human race was much greater than that of the emperors. However, Ling Xiao could not figure out why the master of Daotian Mansion would do this. Kill him by flattery? According to Ling Xiao's previous speculation, the Daotian Academy must have the shadow of the Realm Lord Palace. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, the Daotian Academy and the Taiguling people were enemies. However, the old man's action just now had directly sent Ling Xiao to the altar. This kind of holy name was indeed a supreme honor, but it was also a kind of pressure. If Ling Xiao did something arrogant and cruel in the future, even if he was framed, it would attract a lot of suspicion. Unfortunately, the master of Daotian Mansion would never have imagined that Ling Xiao did not care about this so-called holy name at all. Young master, be careful. On the golden platform, the master of Daotian Mansion looked solemn. His body was surrounded by Dao light and turned into a divine armament celestial appearance. He wanted to suppress Ling Xiao on the spot. At this time, his aura was already at the peak of the honorable realm. However, a heavenly sovereign's understanding of Dao skills was not comparable to that of the current generation. The Dao light was filled with rules and revealed an indescribable creation, holy decree. Heavy energy poured down. Just this casual move was enough to change the expressions of all the geniuses present. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's expression did not change much. He waved his fingers, and a brilliant sword will instantly condensed in the air. The void was shattered, and the sword intent was like a river. Within the river of swords, the heavenly Tao was vast and resplendent. An extremely sharp aura pierced through the sky, easily stopping the Lord of Tao Heaven Manor's attack. As expected of the young master of the Ling people, he actually comprehended the sword while using the Taiyan way. The Tao Heaven Manor's Lord wasn't angered by this. Instead, he glanced at Ling Xiao with approval. Then he raised his hand slightly, and the Taiyan Tao intent surged leisurely. In his hands, the two wheels of light transformed into yin and yang, fusing and touching each other. Boundless Taoist, rhymes rose and fell like an ocean. The waves were vast and mighty, shocking everyone's hearts. Ling Xiao's eyes were calm, and runes also appeared in his palm. Boundless spiritual light spread out as he unleashed the same attack as the Lord of Daotian Manor. The Taiyan Tao scripture was the famous classic of the Tao College. The Tao intent contained in it was about the creation of all things. It had the power to recreate the universe and the birth of yin and yang. Ling Xiao's Tao body was flawless to begin with. He was instinctively close to the universe of the great Tao. Therefore, even if he didn't deliberately add points to it with the system, he could still unleash the Taiyan Tao scripture with great proficiency. What terrifying Taoist rhymes! Lord Ling Xiao, as expected of you, he actually unleashed the same attack as the Lord of Tao Heaven Manor. I wonder how long the young master can last with his talent. Below the golden platform, everyone was shocked, especially when they saw the Taoist rhymes around the two of them. It was inexplicably absurd. Everyone had just listened to the Lord of Tao Heaven Manor's lecture and learned the Taiyan Tao scripture. Why was the young master able to unleash it so naturally and even fight against the Lord of Tao Heaven Manor? Unparalleled celestial beauty. This was the true definition of monstrous talent. Compared to Ling Xiao, those so-called monstrous geniuses of the current generation were nothing. Boom! The moment the two attacks collided, heaven and earth collapsed, and everything turned into dust. In fact, in the face of the divine ocean of Taoist rhymes that suddenly spread out, everyone only felt that their bodies and minds were insignificant. They were like small boats in a river that could capsize and be annihilated at any time. This is too terrifying. Within the spiritual light, Ling Xiao and the Lord of Tao Heaven Manor's figures had already collided. Their palms struck out, and there was no sign of them losing. In a trance, everyone felt as though they were witnessing the scene of the four great beings of the immortal race, demon race, ghost race, and human race attacking each other 10,000 years ago. In fact, every time Ling Xiao and the Lord of Tao Heaven Manor's attacks collided, the entire void seemed to have gone through reincarnation and turned into chaos. As they continued to exchange blows, the Lord of Tao Heaven Manor's expression became more and more shocked. His eyes shone with a clear light. It was obvious that he had a deeper understanding of Ling Xiao's monstrous talent. With this young man's talent and temperament, a new legend would appear in the Azure world in less than 1,000 years. Of course, Ling Xiao had yet to reveal his true strength. After all, his goal was only to restrain the Lord of Tao Heaven Manor and attract everyone's attention. He wanted to delay the scripture lecture banquet and give Zhang Jiuji more time to find the demon bone. Otherwise, once the banquet came to an end, people would quickly discover the abnormalities in the scripture depository and the Saint Peak. At the same time, on the Saint Peak in the center of Tao Mountain, a figure descended from the sky. The spiritual vigor around him was completely concealed, and he did not make a sound. At this moment, Zhang Jiuji's expression was also extremely solemn. In the past few days, he had already found out that the so-called deity's cave was the place where the Lord of Tao Heaven Manor was cultivating in seclusion. In other words, a creation like the Sky Demon's relic would not be casually placed by this human saint. It was more likely that he would personally guard and suppress it. In the entire Daotian Academy, this deity's cave was the only place that could be called a forbidden area. Buzz. As Zhang Jiuji's figure descended from the sky, The entire mountain's spiritual aura quietly vibrated. He did not even need to investigate carefully. He quickly discovered the ancient cave that was flowing with spiritual vigor and Dao. At this moment, at the entrance of the cave, wisps of spiritual energy flowed slowly like liquid. It seemed to contain the purest great path, holy will. Bathing in it, one would feel as if all the pores on one's body were opened, and it was indescribably comfortable. Once one entered the cave, it would be a joyous occasion, as expected of the Lord of Tao Heaven Manor's enlightenment place. Zhang Juji sighed inwardly. He did not dare to hesitate any longer. The moment he stepped out, his figure instantly disappeared from the entrance of the cave. It was not until his aura completely disappeared that a ripple appeared in the void outside the deity's cave. Ling Zhao's figure immediately stepped into the air and arrived. His eyes calmly looked at the ancient cave in front of him. With the level of his spirit, a mere Zhang Juji would not be able to detect any clues at all. Moreover, with Yin, a former general of the Sky Demon, secretly cooperating with him, this chosen one was just a puppet that he could do whatever he wanted with him. Buzz! Just as Ling Xiao lifted his foot and was about to step into the ancient cave, suddenly, a majestic Tao force surged out from the depths of the cave. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. The spiritual talisman in his hand bloomed, directly suppressing the terrifying wave of energy. It did not spread at all. After doing this, his figure once again hid in the void and chased after Zhang Juji. Chapter 1260. This is, in the depths of the ancient cave, Zhang Juji looked at the golden ancient realm in front of him in surprise. At this moment, he could feel that the Taoist rhymes flowing in the divine cave were all overflowing from behind the golden realm. It was obvious that what was sealed within was an extremely terrifying creation. However, this Taoist rhyme had nothing to do with the Sky Demon's treasure. Could it be that his guess was wrong? No, this Taoist rhyme might be used to suppress demons. Zhang Juji frowned as if he had suddenly figured something out. His eyes lit up with joy. He had only snuck into the Dao Tian Academy to find the Sky Demon's treasure that Yin had mentioned. However, it seemed that there might be other great fortunes hidden here. What did I say? The fortune is with me. However, just as Zhang Juji extended his hand and touched the golden world, he felt a vast and mighty force crashing down on him. The ancient aura was instantly revived. It was endless and boundless, and it actually sent his body flying for a distance of several hundred feet. He only fell after he smashed into the cave wall. Pucci! Even with Zhang Juji's physical body, he felt all his bones break. Even his internal organs and his dantian were injured by the collision of the aura. Damn it! However, compared to his injuries, Zhang Juji was more worried about whether the commotion here would attract the true powerhouses of the Dao Tian Academy. If his whereabouts were exposed, Yin would not be able to save him in the human race's sacred land. Juji, just as Zhang Juji was pondering whether he should continue to stay in this place, a joyful and sweet female voice suddenly came from his sea of soul. Senior Yin, you really found it? That's right, it's the Master's aura. A wisp of demonic qi rippled in the void. Yin Yu's figure appeared from the Nine Suns pagoda, sword next to Zhang Juji. Senior, you, Zhang Juji's eyes trembled. He was clearly worried. The Dao Tian Academy had always cultivated its Taoist heart by slaying demons and eliminating demons. If Yin Yu's aura was detected, he was afraid. Oh, he was in the forbidden area of the academy. It seemed that regardless of whether he was a demon or not, he was doomed. It would be very difficult for him to break the golden light barrier in front of him with his strength. Did Yin Yu have any methods to break this world? Senior, the power within this seal is extremely powerful. I'm afraid. Don't worry, leave it to me. Yin Yu pursed her lips into a smile, and her eyes seemed to flicker with a wisp of craftiness. Stay away from me. I'll open the seal. Yes, Senior. Hearing this, a smile suddenly appeared on Zhang Juji's face, and he retreated to the side of the cave, watching nervously as Inu displayed her demonic pressure and pressed down on the golden barrier. Buzz! All of a sudden, the whole cave was filled with demonic radiance and mist. The aura of a supreme being suddenly awakened and devoured the golden spiritual aura. At this moment, Zhang Juji could only see a black light covering the sky, blocking his vision. In the demonic mist, the corners of Inu's mouth curled up into a sly smile. Beside her, Ling Zhao's figure appeared out of thin air. He was silent like a ghost. "Greetings!" Ling Zhao gestured for her to keep quiet. Inu immediately understood and stood respectfully at the side. She watched as the stone talisman in Ling Zhao's hand lit up and easily opened a corner of the golden barrier. "Go." After doing this, Ling Zhao's figure once again disappeared into the void. Inu waved her hand and grabbed the young man who was standing on tiptoe outside the demonic mist. She then flashed into the barrier. According to Ling Zhao's guess, the place where the demonic bone was sealed must have some means prepared by the Lord of Dao Heaven Manor. With his strength, it would not be too surprising for him to face a supreme being or even a saint realm expert. However, the Lord of Dao Heaven Manor was a supreme expert from 100,000 years ago. Ling Zhao could not afford to be careless. As everyone knew, the child of destiny was best at turning danger into safety and overcoming all difficulties. With Zhang Juji leading the way, he had more confidence. Rumble. Only when Zhang Juji's figure disappeared did Ling Zhao take a step forward and walk into the barrier. At this moment, what appeared in front of him was a mystical space that was independent of the academy. It was boundless and boundless. What he saw were traces of intertwined Taoist rhymes that enveloped the entire sky and earth. The multicolored light was resplendent, and the spiritual energy was like a sea. Even with Ling Zhao's temperament, a hint of surprise appeared on his face when he felt the spiritual energy fluctuation that filled the entire world. Compared to the 10 dragon veins in his domain, the spiritual energy in this world was several times denser. Could it be? Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the center of the world. He saw that under the layers of spiritual energy mist, there seemed to be an ancient and terrifying shadow entrenched at the end of the space. From afar, it looked like a mountain peak that gave off endless pressure. Boom! Just as Ling Zhao was muttering to himself, he saw Zhang Juji and Inu carefully concealing their auras under the black shadow's feet as they walked over from the void. At this moment, both of their faces were filled with extreme shock and fear. This was because they saw that the thing that was wrapped in layers of spiritual energy mist was not a mountain peak at all. Instead, it was a green-gray divine dragon spiritual shadow. It was 10,000 feet long and entrenched in one place as if it was in a deep sleep. The spiritual aura of the entire space was being emitted from the dragon's shadow. This is... Zhang Juji's expression was filled with shock and fear. In front of the dragon's shadow, his body was as small as an ant. He was not even comparable to a scale on the dragon shadow's body. This is the dragon vein, or should I say, the spirit vein of the Dao Tian Academy. Inu's eyes were also filled with shock. No wonder she did not sense any trace of her master's aura from the beginning until the end. With the suppression of the dragon vein and the cleansing of the demonic aura, no matter what kind of demonic creature it would be completely concealed. The master of the Dao Tian Academy was so generous. Say, Senior, then where is the demonic treasure? Zhang Juji swallowed his saliva and looked up at the colossal thing in front of him. Even though he was from the demon clan and had seen the bodies of countless demonic beasts, at this moment, when he looked at the spiritual shadow that was covered in dragon scales and had an ancient aura, he still felt terrified and suppressed. He did not dare to have the slightest desire to fight. Over there, Inu raised her hand and pointed at the top of the dragon vein. However, there seemed to be a wisp of black light flowing in the void there. It destroyed the surrounding spiritual energy and Taoist rhymes, revealing an ancient evil. It was a white jade divine platform that floated in the void and shone with Taoist light. It was obvious that the remains of the sky demon should be sealed on that jade platform. This dragon vein was the method that the master of the Daotian Academy used to suppress the demonic bones. Gulp. Even with Zhang Jiuji's temperament, he could not help but swallow his saliva. He looked at Inu in a daze. Senior, I think, I don't deserve this sky demon's relic. Chapter 1261. Why? Are you scared? Inu snorted coldly and looked at Zhang Jiuji with disdain. Judging from the dragon vein's aura, once it woke up, it would be an existence that could destroy the world. In fact, in terms of combat strength, the dragon vein would not be weaker than any supreme being expert. However, the purpose of her coming here was to cooperate with his lord. With Zhang Jiuji's strength, disturbing the dragon vein was no different from courting death. However, it did not matter if he died or not. As long as her master could get the demon bone, she would not complain even if she died here today. Senior, this dragon vein is too thick. I'm afraid I can't bear it with my strength. Zhang Jiuji smiled awkwardly. The sky demon's treasure was an irresistible temptation to anyone. However, one had to be alive to get it. This was the Dao Heaven Mansion Master's place of seclusion. Not to mention snatching the demon bone in front of a supreme being dragon vein. Even the slightest commotion here would be noticed by the Dao Heaven Mansion Master. That's right. Zhang Jiuji's divine body was indeed able to avoid disasters. However, ever since he was framed by Hua Mingxi, Zhang Jiuji suddenly felt that his divine body was not that useful anymore. You're scared by this little danger? Yu smiled mockingly. She did not hide the disdain in her eyes. As senior, the dragon vein is asleep now. We might still have a chance. Are you willing to leave just like that? Yu frowned and looked up at the dragon vein's spiritual shadow with its eyes closed. Let's go. The divine talisman I gave you can block all aura fluctuations. Even a supreme being expert would not be able to sense it. At the very least, with me here, even if the dragon vein awakens, it won't be able to hurt you. This, Zhang Jiuji pondered for a moment and nodded. Yu was an old general of the sky demon. She had seen all kinds of storms. Even if she did not have her cultivation now, she was still not a supreme being of the mortal world. After all, if he died here, Yu would not be able to escape. As an old general of the sky demon, her fate would be even worse. All right, senior, let's take a risk. In the end, Zhang Jiuji took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with determination. He held the ancient sword in his hand horizontally and flew towards the white jade platform with Yu. Hum! The spiritual wind whistled as a vast divine might crush the heavens and the earth. As he got closer, Zhang Jiuji could feel an extremely terrifying pressure emanating from the immortal foundation. Even with the strength of his saint body, it was difficult for him to take even a single step. It was as if he was about to be destroyed. Jiuji, hold on. As long as you are near the immortal foundation, you will be able to unleash your Buddha domain. At that time, even if the dragon vein awakens, I have the confidence to delay it for a moment. The demonic patterns in Inue's eyes flickered. She could guess Ling Zhao's intention. It was most likely to let Zhang Jiuji test the method set up by Lord Daotian. The good fortune saint body could create all things. She only needed to guide Zhang Jiuji closer to the immortal foundation. As for the rest, her master would make the final decision. All right, Zhang Jiuji gritted his teeth as blood seeped out of his skin. The closer they were to the immortal foundation, the more the pressure was like the turbulent waves of the sea. It did not give them the slightest time to rest. Moreover, Zhang Jiuji did not dare to unleash a trace of spiritual power at this time. He was afraid that the dragon vein would wake up from its slumber. Until the two figures appeared in front of the immortal foundation. Zhang Jiuji's green robe had been dyed black. At this time he could feel that cracks had appeared on his bones and internal organs. If he had not merged with the divine lightning of heaven and earth, he would not have been able to hold on until he reached the immortal foundation. This is spiritual waves surged in the void for thousands of miles. Zhang Juji looked at the immortal foundation in front of him and the dense, flickering Tao patterns on it in astonishment. Under the layers of Tao pattern seals, a sparkling and translucent 7-colored divine bone was quietly placed on the immortal foundation. It was surrounded by demonic brilliance and devoured the void like a demonic sun. It intertwined with the endless Tao patterns and evolved into the myriad Taos of the universe, the remains of the sky demon. Yin Yu stood beside Zhang Juji and took a deep breath. There was a rare touch of vicissitudes of life in her eyes. She never dreamed that after 190,000 years, not only would she see the reincarnated Lord again, but she would also be able to feel Lord's aura again, that kind of sinister and evil coldness that could annihilate all the light in the world. That the remains of the sky demon, the corner of Zhang Juji's eyes trembled. There was a touch of fear in his eyes. If he could merge with this demon bone, would he be able to achieve the body of the sky demon? Among the 13 taboos that Master had mentioned, the first one was the birth of the sky demon. So, perhaps he was the number 1 taboo of this generation? Those rumors about the whereabouts of the sky demon that had been circulating in the world were probably just rumors. For example, he and Inu were now regarded as former subordinates of the sky demon. In fact, only he knew that he had nothing to do with the sky demon. The world was ignorant. Juji, there's no time to lose. Do it. Inu looked at Zhang Juji with a stern expression. The demonic nature in the remains is enough for you to become the only one in the world. By then, even the 9 heavens immortal realm will be your path, let alone the azure realm. This, Zhang Juji's heart shuddered. He suddenly bowed deeply at Inu. Senior, thank you for granting me such a great fortune. Go, I'll keep an eye on the dragon vein for you. Inu nodded indifferently. Zhang Juji no longer dared to hesitate. He sprinted toward the immortal foundation. Boom! However, as soon as he made contact with the immortal foundation, the calm sea of Tao runes suddenly stirred up huge waves. Following that, the spiritual energy in this small world suddenly froze. Meanwhile, in the scripture library, Yang Yuan went all the way to the 3rd floor of the ancient hall according to the information in his memory. He could see that the scriptures placed in the hall were the inheritances of various clans. In fact, to put it bluntly, any of the divine abilities in the scripture library was enough to cause a commotion outside. However, he wasn't tempted at all by these opportunities that were within his reach. After all, from the bottom of his heart, Yang Yuan was not an evil person who coveted vanity. He only came to the Daotian Academy to borrow the scripture that could unlock the reincarnation divine palace. He did not plan to steal anything else apart from that, until Yang Yuan came to a stop in front of an ancient shelf. The 3rd floor, the 4th row, the 5th building, the 6th column. Yang Yuan's gaze swept across the ancient shelves, finally stopping on one of the ancient scriptures that had turned yellow. His eyes trembled slightly. Then he stretched out his hand and took the ancient scripture from the bookshelf. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed. He could see that the name of the scripture had nothing to do with the reincarnation divine palace. It could not even be considered a divine ability. The case of the 100 ladies in the azure sky. Chapter 1262. This, for a moment, Yang Yuan wondered if he had misremembered the message that the Supreme Elder had left for him. However, that shouldn't be the case. There were 3 floors, 4 rows, 5 buildings, and 6 rows. There was no way he had gotten it wrong. Why did this ancient scripture seem a little inappropriate? Boom! Before Yang Yuan could figure out the reason behind it, the entire scripture depository suddenly shook. Then, a corner of the array that sealed the scripture depository suddenly broke. Brother Yang, let's go. In the void, Xia Jiming's voice was clearly somewhat anxious. Yang Yuan did not dare to hesitate any longer. He put the ancient scripture away and rushed out of the scripture depository. Junior sister, what's wrong? Let's leave this place first. Xia Jiming shook her head slightly and took the lead to run down the Dao Mountain. Yang Yuan frowned slightly, but he did not ask any more questions. He followed closely behind Xia Jiming. After all, this was the Dao Tian Academy. What he had done earlier had broken the rules of the academy. If he was discovered, he would definitely be killed. Buzz! The sound of wind being torn apart resounded. Two figures turned into afterimages on the ancient path of the Dao Mountain as they fled at top speed. Meanwhile, in the scripture depository at the center of the Dao Mountain, the expression of the Dao Heaven Mansion's mansion master suddenly changed. While he was distracted, his spiritual aura was shattered by Ling Zhao's palm strike. He staggered a few steps back. Upon seeing this, the entire scripture depository fell into a dead silence. All the prodigies from the various sects looked at the two people on the stage in shock. Their lips trembled slightly, and they did not dare to make a sound for a long time. What did I just see? Lord Ling Zhao defeated the Dao Heaven Mansion's Mansion Master? Even if the Dao Heaven Mansion's Mansion Master had deliberately suppressed his cultivation base, a young man in his early 20s who had only listened to the Tai Yin Dao scripture for a few hours actually forced the Dao Heaven Mansion's Mansion Master to retreat with one palm strike? Hiss! What did it mean to be invincible? Some people were indeed born at the end of the path to immortality. Mansion Master? However, there was no trace of joy on Ling Zhao's face. Instead, he looked at the old man in front of him solemnly. Master, not good. The scripture depository is in trouble. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the ancient palace, instantly attracting everyone's attention. An old man in a white robe rushed into the hall and bowed to the Dao Heaven Manor Lord. What is it? The guardian elder was killed. What? Immediately, the entire hall fell into an uproar. The master of the Dao Heaven Manor suddenly vanished and reappeared before the scripture hall. Behind him, the 4 hall masters, the various elders, and countless geniuses of the various sects flew over from afar. They looked at the elder whose heart had been pierced with a single palm strike with astonishment. Who has the guts to kill someone in the Dao Tian Academy? Demon. It had to be an evil demon. Could it be that the Ghost Clan is here for revenge? Everyone's faces were filled with fear, especially the guardian elder's eyes, which had not closed even in death. It was inexplicably horrifying. While everyone was whispering in shock, a wisp of spiritual vigor suddenly bloomed around the master of the Dao Heaven Manor. Immediately after, divine inscriptions appeared in the void. They were like stars that spanned thousands of miles and encompassed the entire Dao Mountain. Yang Yuan and Xia Jinfeng, who had already fled down the mountain and were about to leave the academy, suddenly froze. At that moment, the two of them could see layers of spiritual veils rising into the sky around the Dao Mountain. They were connected into a formation that completely blocked their path. This is not good. It's the Dao Tian Academy's great protective formation. Yang Yuan's eyes narrowed. When he turned to look at the sky again, his face was completely pale. At that moment, he saw many figures with terrifying auras appearing in the sky. Vast divine consciousness waves swept down as if they were looking for traces of the two of them. Damn it. How did we get exposed so quickly? Could it be that the guardian elder has escaped? Senior brother, just now. I accidentally killed the elder, Xia Jiming sighed softly. There was also sadness in her eyes. According to her young master's plan, Yang Yuan might not die today. However, with the cultivation of the master of the Dao Heaven Manor, the master who was hiding in the mountain to rescue her and Yang Yuan would most likely die. W8. What? You killed him? Yang Yuan's mouth trembled slightly and his eyes widened. When did Junior Sister hide such a shocking technique? That elder's cultivation was at least at the second stage of the saint stage. How could Junior Sister accidentally kill him? Then, Junior Sister, do you have any more formation-breaking spiritual talismans? Of course. Yang Yuan did not blame Xia Jiming. After all, Junior Sister did everything for him. However, killing an elder of the academy, Junior Sister, what are you hesitating for? Run. No, I only have 2 in total. I used them all in the scripture depository. Xia Jiming shook her head slightly. Her eyes were calm. At this moment, she guessed that her young master had most likely lured Yang Yuan to the Dao Mountain to act as bait. Although Xia Jiming did not know what her young master was plotting, it was obvious that Yang Yuan and her master's purpose was to delay the master of the Dao Heaven Manor. Gulp. Upon hearing that, Yang Yuan's eyes trembled slightly. He pretended to be calm. Hundreds of thoughts were running through his mind as he tried to find a way out. However, after thinking about it, it seemed that death was the only way out for him. Junior Sister, keep this mark well. Later, blend into the crowd. I will take responsibility for this matter. Don't worry. I will not drag you down. Yang Yuan took a deep breath. Suddenly, a gentle smile bloomed on his face. Xia Jiming felt her heart tremble. For the first time, she felt that her senior brother was too pitiful. Even now, he still did not know that everything before him was part of her young master's plan. The reincarnation heavenly palace that he longed for had probably fallen into her young master's plan. Sigh. Xia Jiming sighed leisurely. Suddenly, she took out a golden divine talisman. Senior brother, before coming to the Dao Tian Academy, I secretly sent a message to Master and asked him to guard the foot of the mountain, just in case. What? Junior Sister, you. Senior brother, the reincarnation heavenly palace is the true creation of heaven and earth. Master once said that you are quite lucky and might be able to reach the top of the azure firmament mountain. So, if you have a chance to escape later, don't hesitate. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Jiming didn't even spare Yang Yuan another glance. She gently twisted her jade-like hand, and a strand of golden radiance suddenly blossomed in the sky. It transformed into a divine sun that covered the sky and covered the sun. At the peak of the Dao Mountain, the group of powerful cultivators from the academy was stunned. They turned to look at the foot of the mountain where Yang Yuan and Xia Jiming were. The master of the Dao Heaven Manor and the others took a step forward and instantly disappeared. In the crowd, Ling Zhao's eyes were clear. There seemed to be a smile at the corner of his mouth. Everything in front of him was under control. However, he did not know if Xia Jiming's master could successfully stop the master of the Dao Heaven Manor and the others. Of course, with Ling Zhao around, it would be difficult for Yang Yuan to die today, even if he wanted to. Buzz! Tens of thousands of rays of light shot into the sky. One after another, figures descended from the sky and surrounded Yang Yuan and Xia Jiming. However, at this moment, the master of the Dao Heaven Manor and the others looked puzzled as they looked at the 2 venerables in front of them. How could they kill a guardian elder with a cultivation of the saint realm?